Chapter 274. Special bloodlines were something that every noble family yearned to obtain. Those who had already obtained special bloodlines would even marry close relatives in order to ensure that their bloodline could continue. Moreover, they were all siblings. However, everyone knew that the bloodline of powerful creatures would slowly become thinner and thinner with the passage of time. Inbreeding could only slow down this process, but it could not completely eliminate it. That was why, even though the Dragon Knight had worked so hard to create thousands of descendants, not a single one of them was left behind. Andre could already imagine how terrifying the consequences would be if the news of him being a descendant of the fire elementals were to spread. Just the thought of those noble women whizzing towards him and the terrible fate of being reduced to a cedar sent chills down his spine. He hurriedly asked the president for help with a bitter smile. "Master, no matter what, you have to help me this time. As long as you can cover these characteristics of my body, I am willing to offer 2 level 4 arcane spells to the association. One is Ice Storm, and the other is Black Tentacles of Igor." In order to ensure that he would not end up as miserable as the Dragon Knight, Andre did not care about anything else. He directly took out the 2 level 4 arcane spells that the Mage Association did not have. With the decline of the magic civilization, many powerful arcane spells had been lost. Even the Mage Association did not preserve many of them, especially arcane spells of level 3 and above. It would be good if they could preserve about 10 of them, and every one of them was exceptionally precious. Taking out 2 of them at once was definitely generous. Even an experienced and knowledgeable great mage like Boris could not help but feel his breathing quicken. As for the other members who had not left after the meeting, their eyes glowed with greed. They stared fixedly at Andre, as if they wanted to eat him alive. For a moment, there was no other sound in the hall apart from heavy breathing. Killing intent. The entire first floor of the Mage Tower was filled with a terrifying killing intent. Andre did not doubt that if the president was not here, these crazy mages in front of him would definitely rush up and strip him naked, then find the arcane spell scrolls that they desperately wanted. Too terrifying. No wonder people said that mages were the most terrifying profession in the world. No wonder Eunice was so scared when she heard about the Mage Association. The unbearable fanatical atmosphere lasted for a full 5 minutes. In the end, Boris was the first to recover. He took a deep breath and ordered with a slightly trembling voice, "Take it out! Take it out now! I need to see these 2 scrolls immediately. If they really are rank 4 arcana spells, I'll immediately promote you to a senior member. At the same time, I guarantee that I'll take care of your hair and eyes." "As you wish, master." Andre did not hesitate. He quickly took out 2 parchments from his waist pouch and placed them in the president's hands. In fact, he didn't know how big of a misunderstanding his actions had caused, nor did he know what kind of terrifying effects this misunderstanding would have. After all, in the eyes of most wizards, rank 4 arcane spells were something that only great wizards or magic families could possess. Moreover, the fact that he could take out 2 of them without even blinking was proof of his strength. Coupled with the fact that he had become an official wizard at the age of 14, it was enough to make countless people think of him. Obviously, everyone present agreed that Andre was definitely the successor of a magic family or the beloved disciple of a great wizard. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have obtained rank 4 magic scrolls. Very quickly, their gazes became incomparably hot. They secretly decided that they had to establish a good relationship with him. Who knows, they might be able to obtain some lost magical knowledge. Boris did not pay attention to the commotion in the hall. He focused on studying the 2 arcane spells on the scrolls. He was completely immersed in the mysterious symbols and patterns, appearing as if he was intoxicated. After all, He hadn't seen a new spell for 20 years. Today, he actually saw two at once. It was inevitable that he would be somewhat excited. However, it was a pity that Aegon's black tentacles belonged to the incantation department, while Hailstorm belonged to the evocation department. They belonged to the opposite faction of the transmutation department. Thus, after studying for a long time, a bitter smile appeared on the president's face. He muttered to himself, "Damn it! I can clearly see two powerful arcane spells, but I can't learn them. This is simply too unbearable. Old friend, why don't you let me try?" An old wizard with a white beard hurried forward to recommend himself. Boris glanced at the other party and rejected without hesitation, "No way, according to the rules of the association. Even if you are a senior member, you can only obtain rank 4 arcane spell scrolls after making enough contributions. Don't even think about taking advantage of me." The old wizard laughed dryly and rubbed his nose. He carefully took out a notebook from his robes. "My friend, if no one tries to make a copy, how can we determine the effects of these two arcane spells? How about this? I have an improved version of the magic statue creation technique here. I can give it to Wizard Andre as compensation. You can treat it as a private transaction between the two of us. After you learn these two spells, I will definitely make a copy and send it to the association. What do you think? Barca, don't think that you can take advantage of me just because you are a senior member." Everyone present knew the difference in value between two fourth-tier arcana techniques and a single magic statue creation manual. Show some sincerity, or don't even think about getting past me. As he spoke, Boris quickly rolled up the two pieces of parchment, deliberately putting on an angry expression. In fact, most of the members present knew that this old man named Barca was an extremely rare rank 11 wizard in the association. He had always been on good terms with the chairman and was also an important elder. The two of them were most likely joking around again. Perhaps in normal times, everyone would stand to the side and watch the two of them tease each other with a smile on their faces. However, this time, two rank 4 arcane spell scrolls were involved. Who knew if this shameless old man would make a copy and send it to the association after learning the scrolls? It would be troublesome if he took them for himself. "Sir Chairman, I have the heart of a 1,000-year-old red ironwood. It is definitely an excellent material for making magic staffs and staffs. If I take it to the auction house, the starting price will be at least 50,000 gold coins. I am willing to use it to exchange for priority copying rights. In addition, I swear in the name of magic that I will make 2 new scrolls and send them to you within 3 days." Another senior member finally couldn't help but jump out, not showing any signs of weakness as he began to raise the price. His eyes couldn't help but reveal excitement and greed, and his wrinkled old face was flushed with excitement. It was as if he had suddenly become a few years younger. He didn't hide his desire for the new arcane spell at all. Chapter 275. "Bastard! Drew, how dare you snatch my stuff?" Barsad turned around and glared at him, his white beard curling up in anger. However, the old wizard called Drew was not afraid of his threat. He chuckled and said proudly, "This is not called snatching. This is called fair competition. There is no one in the association who is more authoritative than me in arcane identification." "Bullshit! How dare you call yourself an authoritative figure? I am the authoritative figure in arcane magic. Also, I have a rare gem, the Emperor's Tear." Barsad took out a crystal-clear gem from his pocket, its center emitting a milky white halo. It looked as big as a thumbnail and was in the shape of a teardrop. It was obviously priceless. Hiss, after seeing this rare treasure, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Boris was a little moved. The Emperor's Tear was also known as the Emperor's Tear, Frozen Tear, or Lich's Tear. Its texture was harder than diamonds, and it could even directly store arcane spells above level 6. It was one of the top materials for making magical items. It had always been priceless and extremely rare. Usually, only one or two could be mined from a mine. Every time it appeared, it would cause countless people to fight over it. Oh, heavens! You old lunatic! He actually took out his trump card. Drew was dumbfounded as he muttered to himself, "Humph! As a pure wizard, I am willing to pay any price in exchange for knowledge. To me, knowledge is the most precious wealth. The rest of the money and treasures are just tools necessary for the pursuit of knowledge. If you value them too much, you will lose the path to a higher level. Just like what is said in the beginner's textbook for wizards, only knowledge and truth will last forever." After saying this, Barsad violently snatched the 2 scrolls from the president's hands. He then stuffed the gem and the notebook into Andre's hands and ran excitedly to the room on the 2nd floor of the tower to learn the ice storm and Igor's black tentacles that were recorded on it. Seeing the old wizard disappear around the corner of the stairs, Drew shook his head gently and sighed. He is still the same as before, always full of passion for magic. Even after so many years, he hasn't changed at all. Forget it. I'll just wait patiently for a few days. Ha, a pure mage. Ha. Boris came back to his senses and shook his head with a bitter smile, his eyes showing a hint of vicissitudes. However, he did not feel melancholy for too long. He quickly returned to normal and teased, "Child, you've made a fortune this time. The value of an Emperor's Tear is immeasurable, especially for a mage." Even if Andre had never heard of the King's Tear before, he could still easily tell that this gem was different from the rest when he felt the intense magical waves coming from the gem in his hand. His face revealed an unconcealable surprise. It's really amazing. It can actually directly absorb the magical energy that is everywhere and transform it into other forms. Boris explained with a smile, "Of course, many high-grade magical equipment must be enchanted with the King's Tear. You'll understand its wonderful use when your mage level is higher. Also, no matter what, you've contributed 2 level 4 arcane spells to the association. Therefore, I now announce that you're promoted to a senior member. Here, this is your new badge. You can enter and leave any place except the control room with it. At the same time, level 3 and above spells will also be open to the association." After saying that, he took out a magical badge with 6 pearls surrounding a ruby from his pocket. Andre did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly put the badge in his hand into his waist bag, took off the ordinary member badge on his chest, and put on the new badge. The moment he put it on, he immediately felt a strong power attached to it. Not only did he have an additional level 3 and level 4 arcane spell slot, but he also had a permanent voice spell. In battle, even if he was hit by the enemy's silence spell, he would not have to worry about not being able to chant spells. He had to admit that the Association of Mages was really generous to its senior members. Perhaps the cost of making the badge alone was as high as tens of thousands of gold coins. In addition to the sharing of arcane and magical knowledge, it was no wonder that there were very few cases of betrayal in the association after so many years of development. Perhaps in the eyes of most mages, this was the paradise of their dreams. Of course, there were not many senior members. Including the president, there were only less than 6. Otherwise, the Association of Mages would have gone bankrupt long ago. As the saying goes, people are in high spirits when they're in a good mood. Andre, who had gained so many benefits, was in high spirits. Just as he was about to bow to express his gratitude, the little lowly Beverly suddenly stood up and asked carefully, Mentor, when can I start the apprentice test?" "Oh, damn it! I almost forgot about this matter." Andre lightly patted his head, and immediately bowed slightly to all the members of the association present. "Everyone, Mr. President, the main purpose of my visit today is to give my apprentice, which is the girl beside me, to take the apprentice test. After more than a month of learning, she has already learned and mastered rank 0 arcane spells. It just so happens that there are so many people here today who can be witnesses. I reckon that it won't be long before we have a new member." After he finished speaking, he gently pushed the little girl forward, revealing Beverly in front of everyone. For a moment, the mages, who had always been known for their calmness and wisdom, were all dumbfounded. A small number of them even pinched their own thighs hard, not daring to believe that this was real. "Oh my God! Is this a prank, or is there something wrong with my ears?" A mage, who looked to be in his early 30s, muttered to himself in a low voice. His 2 eyes were wide open, as if he wanted to take a closer look at the extremely nervous girl. In fact, it wasn't just him. Most of the mages present were extremely shocked, and a small number of them felt that it was impossible. Was this a joke? A mage apprentice, from knowing nothing to mastering the first arcane spell, usually needed at least 8 months to 2 years of learning. The curriculum included meditation, arcane theory, incantation voice practice, finger dexterity practice, arcane geometry, arcane mathematics, introduction to space and planes, and so on. Although before this, the apprentices in the Mage Tower had already mastered the reading and writing of the common language, the basics of mathematics, and the identification of raw materials, but it was still impossible to cultivate a real mage apprentice in just a month. Chapter 276. Seeing that everyone was looking at her with strange and scrutinizing eyes, Beverly felt a little scared. She subconsciously pulled her teacher's robe. She had stayed in this tower for a long time and heard a lot of scary legends about the official mages, so she was very nervous. She gently bit her lower lip and trembled. Andre felt the little girl's uneasiness. He smiled and stroked her long golden hair. He raised his head and said to the president, "Master, there is a good saying. Facts speak louder than words. As long as I let my apprentice cast a level 0 arcane spell in front of everyone, all the doubts will disappear. What do you think?" Boris carefully looked at the girl and asked playfully, "Are you that confident?" "Of course, I have always been very confident in my apprentices. Please wait and see." Andre's answer was very firm, without a trace of hesitation. After all, he had seen the little girl successfully cast acid sputtering with his own eyes. He didn't have to worry about making a mistake because the incantation and casting action of a level 0 arcane spell was very simple. It could be completed in 1 or 2 seconds, unlike level 2 and above magic, which needed several seconds to chant. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start. I can't wait to see the birth of a new record. I believe the others are thinking the same. Boris raised his hand and signaled the people around him to step back and make a large space. On one hand, they could see more clearly, and on the other hand, they could prevent accidental injuries. Although the level 0 arcane spell cast by an apprentice wasn't enough to be fatal, no one liked to be injured for no reason. Many of the mages standing in the front row even added a layer of protection to themselves to prevent accidents. Andre stroked the girl's hair and encouraged her. "Beverly, cast your spell on that table. Don't be nervous. Just do as you usually do. After you finish the apprentice test, I have a gift for you." "Okay." The little loli nodded her head, seriously. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath to relax her tense muscles. Not long after, she suddenly opened her eyes and began to loudly chant an incantation. Everyone present could see her finger drawing a secret pattern in the air. After only 2 seconds, a liquid bullet with a pungent smell shot out from her finger and accurately hit the table not far away. In an instant, the dark green liquid splattered in all directions, corroding the surface of the table. Many places showed signs of carbonization. Arcana above. It really was a tier 0 Arcana technique. That girl didn't use any scrolls or magic items. Damn it, was she a monster? No, that's not right. I should say that this pair of master and disciple are both monsters. Oh, my God, a 14-year-old official mage, an acolyte not even 10 years old. I worked hard for 20 years to become a level 2 mage. Is this the difference between me and a genius? I'm willing to bet that there must be some trick to this. Maybe it's some kind of quick way. With the success of the acid sputtering, the entire hall was once again in an uproar. Everyone couldn't help but join in the heated discussion, especially the few senior members. Their eyes shone with a fiery light, as if they had seen a rare treasure. Their breathing also became hurried. Boris looked at Andre meaningfully. After a full minute, a smile reappeared on his face. He took out a silver badge from his pocket and gently placed it in the little Loli's palm. He praised, "Very perfect casting. Congratulations, child. You now have half a foot on the path of arcane magic. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be able to become a member of the association in at most 2 to 3 years. I'm here to welcome you in advance." "Thank you, Master." Beverly raised both of her hands and received the badge in a flattered manner. She carefully put it on her chest. She didn't know if it was because of nervousness or excitement, but her white skin showed a faint pink color, making her look especially delicate and cute. "You're welcome. The association will give a corresponding reward to every acolyte who has grasped the power of Arcana. From today onwards, the library and alchemy room in the tower will be open to you. All right, go sit over there and rest for a while. I have something to discuss with your mentor." After saying that, Boris gently pushed the little girl, indicating that she could leave. After Beverly bowed and was about to turn back to her seat, Andre pulled her little hand and stuffed his furry spellbook into the little girl's arms. "I just promised to give you a gift. This spellbook is the first magic item I made when I became an official mage. I'll give it to you now. Spellbook." The little Loli covered her mouth in surprise and asked in disbelief, "Really? Give me your spellbook." Andre smiled and nodded. "Of course, it now belongs to you. But promise me, before you become an official mage, don't touch the high-level magic recorded in it." In fact, after he obtained the spellbook of the Shadow Mage, he quickly consumed some experience points and completely copied the magic recorded in the spellbook. Therefore, this spellbook was no longer useful to him, but he couldn't sell it. For a mage, a spellbook was a very private thing. The enemy could analyze a mage's character, preferences, fighting characteristics, and so on through the arcana recorded in the spellbook. Therefore, if this thing was obsolete, many people would rather destroy it than let a second person see it. However, Andre felt that rather than wasting it, it would be better to give it to his apprentice. In any case, this little girl would be his closest assistant in the future, so he didn't have to worry about her betrayal. The excited Beverly hugged the spellbook tightly and promised loudly in ecstasy, "Please rest assured, Mentor, I swear that without your permission, I won't look at any high-level spells." "Hee, good girl. Go and rest." Andre intimately touched the little girl's rosy cheeks. Seeing the little girl bouncing back to her seat, President Boris sighed slightly and asked in a low voice, "Tell me, how did you do it?" Andre glanced at the hungry mages behind him, and a playful smile appeared on his face. He took out 2 bottles of flashing blood-red potion from his waist pouch and pretended to be mysterious as he answered, "This is one of the reasons. It's a little toy that can increase intelligence. It's called the Genius Potion. It can greatly increase the intelligence level of anyone. It lasts for 4 hours, and everything learned during this time will be remembered in the brain. Of course, if the intelligence level has reached the upper limit, then the second effect is to strengthen the memory. It can allow a mage to learn one more arcana spell for each magic level. How is it? Isn't it magical? Chapter 277. That's impossible. The genius potion was lost over 2,000 years ago. The last person who could concoct such a powerful potion was the potion grandmaster Auchinet's. No one has been able to do it since his death. As a great wizard who had lived for over 170 years, Boris could be said to be very knowledgeable. He had even restored a few incomplete high-grade transformation spells, so he knew how difficult it was to restore a lost formula, especially one like the genius potion, which could change one's thoughts and even soul. In the past few hundred years, many people had tried to restore the genius potion, but all of them had failed without exception. They couldn't even figure out how to do it. Now that this legendary potion that could allow one to learn magic quickly had suddenly appeared in front of them, no one would be able to remain indifferent. Intelligence was the most important attribute for a wizard. Not only did it determine the number of spell slots, the speed of learning and memory, it also determined the upper limit of spells a wizard could grasp and the number of spells they could cast. To give a simple example, before a human became a professional, their intelligence limit was 18 points, which was Andre's starting point. In this situation, they could only grasp 18 arcane spells at each level. In other words, they could only learn 18 rank 1 spells. It was the same for rank 2 arcane spells. If they wanted to learn another rank 1 arcane spell after mastering it, they would have to forget the previous one. Otherwise, their brains would explode with a bang. Don't underestimate this point. After all, most wizards didn't even have an intelligence of 18, hovering around 14. At the same time, 14 points of intelligence was the difference between a normal genius and a genius. Apart from that, intelligence also determined the success rate of learning arcane spells. Those with 18 points of intelligence had a success rate of more than 85%, while those with 14 points had a success rate of only 60%. The further one progressed, the lower the success rate. Ordinary people with 10 points of intelligence could also learn arcane spells, but their success rate was less than 40%. Moreover, the highest spell they could grasp was only rank 5. Without a doubt, intelligence not only represented a wizard's strength, but also their future development potential. Thus, when choosing an apprentice, intelligence was often the most important factor to pay attention to. In the past, in order to select satisfactory apprentices, the archmages would not hesitate to throw a group of children into the dangerous mazes they created to observe their performance when they encountered difficulties. Often, only a few out of 100 children would be able to walk out alive. It was extremely bloody and cruel. Boris could not imagine how big of a commotion it would cause if the intelligence potion were to reappear. Not only could it turn those ordinary apprentices into official mages, but it could also take in a large number of nobles, trapping their families firmly in the war chariot of the Mage Association. Master, just because others can't do it doesn't mean that my mentor can't do it. I believe that a wise person like you should understand how big the gap between people is. Moreover, there are 2 ready-made bottles here. You just need to find someone to try it, and you will know. After saying that, Andre placed the 2 glass containers that contained the genius potion in the president's hand. He then raised his arm and made an inviting gesture. After that, he stood at the side and waited quietly. Ever since he obtained the Encyclopedia of Magic Potions, he had been thinking about what potions he should use to make himself famous. After all, there were thousands of recipes for making magic potions. Even if the system had recorded all of them, it was impossible to master them all in a short period of time. Thus, it was inevitable that he would choose 1 or 2. Excluding the 60% that he could not concoct with his current spellcasting ability, he picked 2 out of the remaining 40%. One was the genius potion that could increase intelligence, and the other was the hero potion that could grant the user strong vitality and endurance. The former was targeted at the association of mages, the upper nobles, and the big merchants, while the latter was targeted at the small nobles, feudal knights, and elite adventurers. As long as he could obtain the support of about 1/5 of these people, Andre would have the capital to start stirring up trouble in the political arena of Linton City. Even if he failed in the end, no one would dare to do anything to him. This was because no matter how serious a crime a potion master committed, his life would not be in danger. At most, he would just lose some of his freedom. There was a saying that a good strategist would usually think of a way to retreat before making a move. Otherwise, he would be an impulsive idiot. Even if he won 10,000 times, he would lose everything, including his own life, as long as he failed once. On the contrary, if he prepared a way out in advance, he would have the chance to make a comeback even if he failed 10,000 times. The reason why the strong could become the strong was that they were always well prepared and had the possibility to do it again or again. What Andre needed to do was to make full use of his advantages and let everyone see his irreplaceable value. This way, he would always be in a relatively safe state and calmly deal with all kinds of dangers. Staring at the red halo emitting from the potion bottle, Boris felt his heart beating rapidly. Even his usually steady hands were trembling slightly. However, after much consideration, he ultimately did not have the courage to experiment on himself. Instead, he waved his hand at an odd-job worker standing in the corner. "You come here. Drink this bottle of medicine and tell me how you feel." Sir President, drink it. Won't I die if I drink it?" The boy, who looked to be only 13 years old, stammered as he squeezed the potion out of his mouth. Without a doubt, he knew that he was being used as a test subject. After all, similar experiments happened in this tower from time to time. Usually, the servants who drank this unknown liquid did not end up well. Even if they did not die, their bodies would undergo all kinds of mutations. It could be said that they were extremely miserable, which was why his face turned green with fear. "I told you to drink it. So drink it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't tell me you still want me to feed you?" Boris narrowed his eyes and asked impatiently. At this moment, his expression did not have the slightest bit of his usual amiable appearance. His entire person was releasing a terrifying aura. It was obvious that this great mage, who specialized in transmutation, was not a kind person. He did not put the life of a mere servant in his eyes. He only cared about the effects of the potion and whether there were any adverse side effects. Chapter 278. Yes, I'll drink it right away. The boy didn't dare to disobey the president's orders. He opened the cork and gulped down the bright red potion, closing his eyes as he awaited his fate. He knew very well that if he drank the potion, he might have a chance of survival. If he didn't, the president would definitely kill him on the spot. Many of the official members of the Sorcerers' Association looked kind and benevolent, but they all followed the same principle in their bones. Those who followed them would prosper, and those who opposed them would perish. Perhaps their relationships were relatively equal, and the acolytes who had grasped rank 0 arcane spells would receive some treatment. However, the servants weren't so lucky. Once they angered a wizard, their deaths would be in vain. Andre stood to the side, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he watched this farce. A hint of playfulness flashed through his eyes as he secretly observed everyone's reactions, silently remembering them in his heart and analyzing their personalities. Who knew when it would come in handy? He had personally refined the genius potion and tested it. There were no problems with its effects and duration. The only problem was the formula. After all, the reason why no one had been able to decipher the secret of the genius potion was very simple. It was a problem with the ingredients. Perhaps no one would have thought that the most important ingredient of the potion was 50 grams of fresh brain cells, and they had to come from intelligent creatures. The strange bright red color in the bottle was the light of life emitted by the blood under the stimulation of magic. It could be said that the genius potion was a demon's potion. Only a specific part of the brain could be used to make it, and the creature had to survive when dissecting it. Only a very small part of the brain could be used to make about 10 bottles of the potion. If it weren't for the fact that there were many orcs and goblins who were heavily injured, Andre definitely wouldn't have used such a chilling item. He definitely wouldn't have used the genius potion himself. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting for the results, the boy's body suddenly trembled as he cried out in surprise, I think I have a reaction. My head feels so clear. I can understand everything that I didn't understand before. I've become smarter. What? Let me see. A skinny middle-aged man in a black robe rushed out of the crowd and directly pressed his hand on the forehead of the handyman. A faint gray, translucent fog emerged from his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the fog seeped into the handyman's head through his nose, ears, and mouth. After a few seconds, he closed his eyes and muttered to himself, the brain cell activity is twice as high as usual. The heart rate and blood supply have also increased a lot. This will cause a certain degree of burden on the body, especially the heart, but it is still within a safe range. As soon as his voice fell, Boris couldn't wait to drink the other bottle in his hand. Soon, he had a similar feeling. He sighed with enjoyment. Yes, it's exactly the same as what was recorded in the book. It really was a genius potion. The mystery of the genius elixir has been solved. Master, not long ago, I also concocted another long-lost potion, Hero Potion. These are 2 samples. Please help me pass them to the dukes. Seeing that all the mages present were immersed in shock, Andre hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. He took out 2 bottles of red and blue potions from his waist pouch. He planned to completely knock out the upper echelons of Linton City in one go. As long as he made a name for himself as a potion grandmaster, power and wealth would be at his fingertips. Feeling his mind clear like never before, Boris took the potions and nodded lightly, "No problem. I will give these 2 bottles of potions to the 4 dukes before the city council convenes, and explain the situation in the border forest to them. But you have to tell me that the production of these 2 potions, especially the genius elixir, is more important than you can imagine. I now understand why you could become an official mage at such a young age, and even teach an apprentice. It seems like it's all thanks to this potion." It had to be said that the imagination of humans was very powerful. Sometimes they couldn't even touch the edges of the truth, but they could automatically fill in the gaps. Of course, Andre was very happy to see such a situation. He pretended to bow helplessly. "You really have a sharp eye." These 2 potions were restored by my mentor from some incomplete records. Due to the extreme complexity of the process and the scarcity of the materials, I can only make 50 bottles of each potion a month. I'm afraid I can't make more than that. I still have 18 bottles here. I'll pass them to you first. Saying that, he opened the potion pouch tied to his waist and poured all the red potions on the table. There was a saying that said, "The rarer something is, the more valuable it is." Even though Andre had the ability to make 20 bottles a day, he would never say it out loud. This was because in his previous life, he already understood the power of monopoly and hunger marketing. Otherwise, how could he show the status of a potion grandmaster? 50 bottles a month? That doesn't sound like much. Can you tell me what is the main factor that restricts the production of the potion? Boris frowned and asked. The genius potion was a very important thing for mages. It could greatly increase the intelligence of mages. Any mage would want to maintain their intelligence for 24 hours. However, one bottle of the potion could only last for 4 hours. A mage would need at least 3 bottles a day to satisfy their needs. 50 bottles sounded like a lot, but it might not even satisfy the needs of the chairman. Andre smiled and spread out his hands. There are many aspects. First, the process. The minimum requirement to concoct it is the level of a potion grandmaster. Second, the raw materials. The genius potion needs a very special thing, and that is the brain of an intelligent creature. The higher the intelligence of the creature, the better the potion concocted. I used the brain of an orc for this batch, so the effect is only SOSO. Big brain. Ugh. When the boy who drank the potion heard these 2 words, his face changed, and he fell to the ground with a plop, retching. But it was a pity that he couldn't vomit anything apart from stomach acid. One of the most important characteristics of magic potions was their rapid absorption. Usually, drinking the potion would take less than 30 seconds, and it would spread throughout the body along with the blood. There wouldn't be a single bit of waste. Looking at the dismal expression of the little errand boy, a trace of sympathy appeared in Andre's eyes. He then asked, "How is it? Is everyone still interested in the genius potion? Drinking a bottle is equivalent to killing a life. After all, there are no intelligent creatures that can survive after their brains are cut off." In order to show the preciousness of the potion, he deliberately exaggerated the amount of brains needed. Otherwise, how could he ask for such a sky-high price? Chapter 279. I see. No wonder so many people have tried to recreate this potion, but failed. It turns out that the main problem lies in the ingredients. Who would have thought that it would require a living brain? President Boris muttered to himself while stroking his short beard. Even though he had also consumed a bottle of potion, he didn't vomit like the boy. Instead, he smacked his lips calmly. On the other hand, the necromancer, who was wearing a black robe and emitting a faint negative energy, stared at the boy's head with glowing eyes as though he was considering whether to pry open the boy's skull to see if there were any special changes in the brain. The other mages present did not show any signs of shock. It was as if there was no psychological barrier to them consuming the brains of intelligent life forms. It was as simple as eating and drinking. They would not mind even if a bottle of potion had to kill 10 living beings, let alone 1. It was apparent that although Andre had seen through the selfish personalities of the mages, he had underestimated the hidden cruelty in their personalities. In this primitive, barbaric, and ignorant world, killing was a common thing. Sometimes a plague, a war, or an invasion of civilization could cause corpses to be strewn all over the land within dozens of kilometers. Even the internal wars between human kingdoms often involved killing and looting, not to mention foreign races. It could be said that life was so fragile and cheap in this world. In areas where wars were frequent, a slave would only cost about 5 gold coins, which was less than a horse that pulled a carriage. After living in such an environment for a long time, one would naturally become indifferent. Moreover, the mages were powerful users of arcane spells, so they looked down on ordinary people who had neither power nor authority. Without a doubt, Boris's way of thinking was the same. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "If the association provides enough living people, can you create more genius potions?" After silently cursing the coldness of the mages, Andre nodded lightly. "Of course, but 100 bottles per month is already the limit. Moreover, I still need to nurture a few apprentices to help me. Most importantly, the apprentices who participate in the production of potions will probably never return to the association again. As for the other type of hero potion, we can mass produce it. With sufficient raw materials, we can produce 200 bottles per month." In fact, these 2 kinds of potions invented during the ancient magic civilization were fundamentally different from modern magic potions. They were originally created for mass production and then provided to the army on a large scale. They were not like now, where they were made by casting spells one by one. Instead, they were made in large glass containers to make 30 to 40 bottles at a time, and then they were put into small bottles separately. When distributed evenly, the EXP consumption was much lower than modern potions. No problem. I can satisfy all your requests. As for the apprentices, you can choose any of them. They will be your private property in the future and will have nothing to do with the association. I only have one condition, and that is to guarantee the supply of the genius elixir. If the production increases in the future, you must give priority to the association. Boris did not like to beat around the bush and went straight to the point with his conditions. He knew very well that it was impossible to get the formula, so he settled for the next best thing, which was to let the Association of Mages monopolize more than 90% of the production. This way, it would not take long for the Linton City Association to become the leading association of mages in the South, leaving the other cities far behind. Andre understood the president's intentions. He smiled and bowed. "Thank you very much for your generosity. I promise that the supply will not exceed 10 bottles per month. The rest will be handled by the association." 10 bottles? Boris frowned subconsciously, but after thinking for a while, he finally agreed. "Then it's settled. Next, let's discuss the issue of price. Although the genius elixir is a precious potion that has been lost for a long time, it is still a very frequent consumable. I'm afraid the price won't be too high. 400 gold coins per bottle is probably the limit that the association can afford." He understood Andre's intentions. On one hand, he wanted to make a name for himself by selling the elixir to the public. On the other hand, he wanted to use the elixir to socialize. It was completely normal, although in his opinion, it was a complete waste to give such a precious elixir to those idiotic nobles and adventurers. This was still a private matter, and it was not appropriate for others to interfere. 400 gold coins per bottle was equivalent to the price of a standard level 3 arcane spell. 100 bottles for only 40,000 gold coins was clearly not in line with Andre's expectations. He smiled playfully and suggested, "Master, I'm very sorry, but 400 gold coins per bottle is not within the range that I can accept. How about this? I'll give the association 60 bottles at 400 gold coins per bottle, and the remaining 40 bottles will be auctioned off by the association every month. The highest bidder will get the elixir, and the association will take 30% of the profits. What do you think?" Auctions were one of the most commonly used methods to maximize profits, regardless of era or place. As a city with a flourishing maritime trade, Linton City had a very famous auction house. Every once in a while, an auction would be held. There would be priceless jewels, precious ores, rare metals, and so on, as well as fine slaves, mansions, manors, artwork, paintings, and antiques. What Andre wanted to do was to use this auction house to raise the price of the elixir. He believed that those merchants with a keen sense of smell would soon spread the news of the elixir throughout the South. When that time came, countless mages would go crazy over the elixir. Would he be afraid that it wouldn't sell for a high price? Ha 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 ha. You're very smart indeed to think of a way to maximize your profits in such a short time. All right, I agree to this condition. Congratulations. I'm afraid I'll have to call you Master now. Master Potion, Master Andre. Welcome to the Linton City Mage Association. President Boris laughed heartily as he took the lead in clapping his hands. The other members also stepped forward one after another to salute and applaud. They didn't show the slightest bit of contempt just because of Andre's overly young appearance. In the circle of mages, youth was never a problem. As long as you had the ability to reach heights that others could not reach, you would naturally receive the respect and status you deserved. jealousy and suppression would not work here, and stealing the research results of others would be despised and ostracized by everyone. Sometimes you might even be besieged. Chapter 280. After all, the mages of Orir were not like the powerless scientists on Earth. Usually, the higher their intelligence, the more terrifying their future potential would be. Many of the famous legendary mages in history had risen to prominence at a young age. Just imagine how much risk it would take to snatch their research results from them. If things went wrong, it would bring disaster to oneself and one's family. Over time, there were a few established rules and unspoken rules. Unless the benefits were great enough to make people abandon everything, they would not easily violate them. After all, the invention of new arcane spells, potion formulas, and enchantment formulas was a good thing for all mages. The archmages also actively protected and encouraged the invention and creation. Most of the time, the hatred between mages did not come from jealousy, but from differences in power and ideology. For example, the traditional mages believed that they should not interfere too much in the war between ordinary people and should just stay at home and do their research. The new mages, on the other hand, believed that they could completely replace the nobles in order to start the great revival of the magic civilization. Neither side could convince the other. In the end, they could only use the most ancient method, which was violence, to determine the winner. Apart from that, the 8 major schools of magic were also quite frequent, especially the schools that opposed each other. They had long disliked each other. Fortunately, so far, it had only been verbal. It's an honor to meet you, Master Andre. My name is Evelyn. I'm mainly responsible for the production of low-level magic potions. If you have time in the future, I welcome you to give me some guidance. A female mage around 50 years old took 2 steps forward and said with a fawning face. Andre waved his hand modestly. I don't dare to be called a master. I'm only taking out a part of my mentor's research results. When I'm done with my work, I'll definitely go take a look. Evelyn nodded with a satisfied smile. Thank you very much. Then I'll look forward to your visit. For the rest of the time, Andre patiently introduced himself to each of the mages present, casually chatting for a while, and only after half an hour did he manage to get rid of all these green-eyed fellows. Sitting on the chair, he rubbed the muscles on his face that were a little stiff from laughing. He sighed softly. How frighteningly passionate. I hope this won't happen again. Passion? Boris sneered and explained in a sarcastic tone. Apart from a small group of people who are obsessed with research and experiments, the rest of the people in the Sorcerers' Association have long been addicted to fighting for power and benefits. The only reason they are so passionate about you is because of your ability in potions. Believe me, if you lose that, they will immediately throw you into the trash. But if I can maintain this state, they will treat me as their closest friend, won't they? As he spoke, Andre's eyes suddenly became deep, and there was a faint smile on his face. It was as if he was looking down on those mages who put the cart before the horse, and as if he was mocking himself. Hee, looks like you're very confident in the field of pharmaceutics. Then I'll wait and see. But don't forget our deal. If I don't get what I want in 2 years, you should know how serious the consequences will be. As an old man who was nearing the end of his life, Boris's desire to prolong his life surpassed everything else. He was even showing signs of losing his mind. Andre believed that if he couldn't come up with a solution, this seemingly friendly archmage in front of him would definitely cut him into pieces and drag a large number of people down with him. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to promise, "Please rest assured, I'm a man of my word. You will definitely get what you desire the most." "I hope so. Come with me. It just so happens that Taflin has finished his training. I'll take you to see him now. At the same time, we can also solve the problem of the fire elemental bloodline." After saying that, Boris put away all the genius potions on the table and went straight to the basement. After a while, he disappeared around the corner of the stairs with Andrei, leaving the two Lolas in the empty hall. After passing through a dark and narrow staircase, President Boris whispered a vague code on the wall at the end. The granite wall immediately flashed with a strong white light and turned into a wooden door in an instant. Without a doubt, this was the magic door that was often heard of in bard stories. They were usually disguised as walls, mirrors, cabinets, bookshelves, and windows. If one didn't know the correct spell or mechanism, they wouldn't even be able to find them, let alone open them. The mages would hide their most precious things, which might be a large amount of gold coins or some expensive treasures, in secret to prevent thieves from visiting. However, the fact that a public tower like Lincoln City had such a secret door really surprised Andrei. He couldn't think of anything hidden behind it. Boris seemed to understand his thoughts at the moment. He smiled and reminded him in a half-joking tone, "Remember, no matter what you see later, don't be too surprised, because what you're about to see is the true power of the Association of Mages." After saying this, he gently pushed the door open, and a huge underground training ground immediately appeared. Under the illumination of the level 2 Arcane spell, Eternal Flame, more than 40 fully armed warriors were receiving combat training. There were both men and women among them, and there were many races. There were sturdy dwarves, smart gnomes, nimble halflings, and elegant elves. There were almost all kinds of people. The training targets were huge steel golems that were more than 4 meters tall. Most of the warriors present were in small groups of 4, working together to deal with a sturdy golem that was flashing with a metallic luster. Although the hardness of steel determined that they could not really cause any damage to these magically created alchemy puppets, it was a good practice for attacking and dodging. At a glance, the clanging sounds of metal clanging could be seen. Andrei narrowed his eyes and scanned the entire training ground. Soon, he found more than 40 warriors, each of them as strong as a feudal knight. These golems were the most terrifying killing machines. They had no fear of death, and didn't even have the ability to think independently. They would only obey the orders of their masters. In addition to their bodies that were made of pure steel, except for strong men with heavy blunt weapons and spells, the most anyone could do was leave a scar on their surface. Chapter 281. Andrei finally understood why the Association of Mages could become one of the 3 major powers alongside the churches and nobles. These powerful warriors and a dozen magic statues were the reason. Although their numbers didn't seem to be large, if they were paired with a small number of mages, they could guarantee victory even against thousands of elite troops, and a victory with 0 casualties. After all, the combination of mages, magic statues, and high-level warriors had been widely used since the time of the ancient magic civilization. Among them, the magic statues were qualified meat shields. Their resistance to attacks was top-notch, and they were responsible for rushing to the front to attract attacks. Mages were natural controllers. Powerful arcane evocation spells could shatter the enemy's defenses. Enchantment spells could make enemies kill each other, and illusion spells could confuse the enemy. As for the high-level warriors, they were perfect killing machines. They worked together with the magic statues to strangle enemies who had fallen into chaos. With the 3 working together, they could easily crush opponents 10 or 20 times their number. The ancient magic civilization had used this tactic to defeat one powerful enemy after another. In the end, they had become so arrogant that they thought they could destroy and replace the gods. It was obvious that the Association of Mages had imitated the ancient magic civilization and formed their own armed forces. They were not inferior to the most elite knights of the nobles, as well as the paladins of the churches. Boris pointed at the warriors who were training hard in the training ground and asked proudly, "How is it? Do you understand what I said before?" As mages, we have our own standpoints. We don't need to agree with the nobles. As long as this force exists, no matter who rules Linton City in the future, they must give the association the best treatment. Andre nodded thoughtfully. I see. I didn't expect such a huge secret to be hidden under the tower. But are you sure they won't be bought over by other powers? Ha ha. Of course not. As a matter of fact, the formation of this core force started hundreds of years ago when the Association of Sorcerers was established. After a long period of development, no one else in the association knows about it except for the president. I believe that with your intelligence, you should be very clear about the reason I brought you here, right? Boris turned around as he spoke, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. You mean you want me to become the next president? Andre asked, raising his eyebrows in surprise. He could not believe that such a good thing would happen to him. After all, the president of the Sorcerers Association was not a puppet with no real power. The person who sat in this position would not only become the actual owner of the tower, but also be able to mobilize a large amount of resources for their own use. Usually, the position would be held by the person with the highest level among the sorcerers. Boris laughed and stroked the beard on his chin. Ha ha, that was right. You're the most talented junior I've ever seen. You're also very experienced in handling things. You don't seem like a teenager at all. Most importantly, I suddenly realized that something called ambition is rapidly growing in your heart. After I obtain the method to extend my lifespan, I will leave for a period of time and find a place where there is no one around to slowly recover my strength. Rather than handing the association over to someone else, why don't I hand it over to you first? Bait. It was a blatant seduction. Even though Andre had seen through his tricks, he had to admit that it was very tempting to become the leader of all the mages in this city. After hesitating for a few seconds, he took a deep breath and spread out his hands with a bitter smile. All right, I have to say that your conditions have moved me. Tell me, what price do I need to pay? Or rather, what do I need to guarantee in order to gain your approval and support? There's no hurry. It won't be too late to talk about it after you obtain that item. Now, tell me, what is your level as a sorcerer, and what is your specialization? Don't try to lie, because I can feel that the magic energy around your body is very active. It's definitely not something that a low-level sorcerer can compare to. After saying that, Boris did not force him, nor did he cast a prophecy spell to probe him. He just silently looked at Andre's fiery eyes. Without a doubt, this was a test from the president. Perhaps it was because of the rapid increase in strength that gave him away, or perhaps it was because he had taken out too many potions and spells at once, which aroused his vigilance. In any case, this great sorcerer chose to lay his cards on the table at this moment. As a smart person, Andre quickly realized that he had to speak the truth. Otherwise, the trust he had built up before would immediately be shattered. So he pretended to shrug his shoulders helplessly. Level 7. This is my true level as a sorcerer. As for my specialization, I don't have it. I'm a generalist sorcerer. Level 7? And a generalist? A trace of unconcealable surprise flashed across Boris's face. He immediately shook his head and sighed. This is unbelievable. Are you sure you're a human, and not some long-lived race that has lived for hundreds of years? I'm very sure that I'm a human. At most, I've inherited some fire elemental bloodline. I have nothing to do with long-lived races for the time being. Andre used a half-joking tone to tease himself as he cast his gaze towards the innermost part of the training ground. This was because he had already seen Eunice holding a long sword in one hand and a long whip in the other. She was fighting against a huge steel golem. Even the end of her tail was equipped with a sharp triangular blade. Whether it was her pace or attack speed, there was a world of difference compared to over a month ago. especially those streamlined muscles, which almost perfectly reflected the combination of gentleness and strength. It was very obvious that this half-demon was already an outstanding warrior. She walked the path of agility, attacking as much as possible at vital points in order to achieve a fatal blow. Boris noticed Andrei's gaze, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He said very playfully, "How is it? My training isn't bad, right?" "It has indeed improved a lot. But is this the demonkin warrior you speak of? Why don't I feel any difference from an ordinary warrior?" Andrei asked without turning his head. Demonkin warriors are mixed blood warriors with demon or devil bloodlines. Their bone structure and muscle strength far surpass that of humans. Although they look very slender and soft, their strength has already surpassed the limits of humans. They are almost comparable to ogres. Moreover, she can use Charm Human 3 times a day, Immobilization once, and Invisibility once. Although she is only a level 3 Demonkin warrior, she is completely comparable to a level 7 warrior in terms of battle. However, there are always disadvantages to everything. As a price, Demonkin warriors usually increase their strength rather slowly. Moreover, they are restricted by their bloodline. For example, the descendants of succubi usually have a hard time exceeding level 10. Chapter 282. Hearing the chairman's detailed explanation, Andrei instantly understood the characteristics of this special class. He nodded in realization. "So that's how it is. According to what you've said, Eunice's constitution is almost the same as an ogre's?" Boris hesitated for a moment before giving an answer. "Her strength is slightly lower, and there's a certain gap in her constitution. Her dexterity is about twice that of an ogre's. If combined with her spell-like abilities, she should have no problem defeating an adult ogre. After all, the intelligence of most ogres was a little, well, it wasn't that they were mentally retarded. They were just a little stupid. Some ogres were very smart and could even become mages. However, compared to the cunning Taffrin, they were nothing. They would be provoked with the slightest provocation and could not use their terrifying strength. They were often lured into traps by human adventurers and killed. Of course, ogre mages were still very powerful. Their intelligence combined with their monstrous strength was enough to give anyone a headache. In the history of Lincoln City, there had been several instances where the ogre mages had led an army of monsters. Each time, they had suffered heavy losses. If not for the tall and sturdy walls as their last resort, the city would have fallen countless times. Equivalent to an adult ogre. "Huh," Andrei muttered to himself, secretly calculating Eunice's current state. According to the data given by the system and his own attributes, he estimated that a normal adult male with a strength of 10 would be able to carry 50 kilograms of weight. Of course, this limit did not only refer to carrying 50 kilograms of weight, but also to carrying 50 kilograms of weight for more than an hour without any obvious decrease in physical strength. As for how long one could last, it would depend on their constitution. As for just lifting without moving, it would be around 100 kilograms, and the maximum weight they could carry could reach 250 kilograms. They were much stronger than normal men on Earth, according to the results of his private tests. He also discovered that the increment of his strength attribute did not stack bit by bit. Instead, it would multiply once it reached a certain point. According to the descriptions in the books, ogres could easily carry over 300 kilograms of prey without affecting their movement, running, and fighting. They were several times stronger than humans. If converted to strength attribute, ogres should be between 20 to 21. The maximum strength of a human was 18, and Eunice had exceeded that limit but was slightly lower than these monsters, so it should be 19. What kind of concept was 19 points in strength? This meant that she could lift objects that weighed more than 600 kilograms above her head, which was equivalent to lifting an adult bull. She could even throw an electric tricycle from Earth as a weapon. Although they had not reached the level of giants and dragons, whose physical attack power was calculated in tons, they were far more powerful than ordinary people. They could even break the bones of ordinary people with a wave of their hands. With her great strength, her jumping ability was close to 4 times that of an ordinary person. Even if she took off on the spot, she could easily jump more than 5 meters. Her run-up could even exceed 3 meters. Moreover, these movements did not contain any technical skills. Otherwise, she would have broken the world record on Earth in minutes. It should be noted that Oriar was still in the era of cold weapons. This meant that Eunice could easily split her opponent into 2 halves in battle. She could kick a large hole in a breastplate made of fine steel. As for the person inside, needless to say, his chest would collapse, and he would definitely be dead. After thinking about this, Andre could not help but silently exclaim that the magic world was indeed terrifying. It could actually train one's body to such a level. It was no wonder that melee professions could fight their way out under the comprehensive suppression of arcane and divine spells. Not only were they not eliminated, but they were also thriving. If he had a microscope, he would definitely take some skin, muscle, and blood samples to explore and find out where the abnormalities were. However, it was a pity that the Oleo continent could not even produce glass without bubbles, let alone something as high-end as a microscope lens. The level of craftsmanship was too low, so he could only keep it in mind for now and study it when he had the chance in the future. Perhaps Andre had regained Boris's trust after telling him his true level as a sorcerer. Boris's old face once again put on a harmless smile. He waved at a male warrior with obvious elven features not far away. "Elgin, come here." The latter hurried a few steps forward and bowed respectfully with one hand on his chest. "Mr. President, how come you have time to come to the training ground today? And you even brought a stranger with you? You should know the rules here." Boris laughed and gave the warrior a warm hug. He laughed and replied, "Don't be so rigid. Elgin, you're only 460 years old. As a moon elf, you're still quite young. You should learn to be flexible instead of sticking to those rotten rules. Let me introduce you. This young man is Andre. He's not a stranger. He's the successor I'm most satisfied with so far." "So far?" The male elf called Elgin immediately frowned. "That means you're still not sure if he's the next president? Don't worry. If there are any unexpected changes, I'll take care of all the problems myself. I won't make things difficult for you." Boris's eyes flashed with a cold light. Andre, who was standing by the side, shrugged and smiled. "I promise you, you'll never have such troubles." He knew what the changes and troubles Elgin was talking about. If he did not produce the life-prolonging spell he promised, he would immediately suffer the wrath of a great sorcerer who specialized in transmutation. Elgin looked at the two suspiciously for a long time. In the end, he sighed and said, "Although I don't know what kind of deal you two have in private, please remember one thing. Don't bring a conflict of interest here. We will always obey the leadership of the current president. Once there's a change, there's no turning back. Of course, my dear friend, I've made an oath since the day I took over as president. I've never broken it before, and I won't break it in the future. Now, help me call Taflin over. Her training here is over. It's time for her to return to her master's side and do her duty." Boris said and patted the elf's shoulder lightly. Obviously, he didn't want to dwell on this issue. He directly stated his intentions. Chapter 283. As you wish. Els bowed meticulously and turned to walk towards the inner part of the training ground. Once he was far away, Boris took a deep breath and warned in a low voice, "Remember, even if you infuriate the 4 dukes in Linton City, Do not provoke this moon elf. Otherwise, even I won't be able to do anything about it. Oh, who is he? How could he make an archmage like you so helpless? Andre asked with a face full of shock. It was important to know that warriors were at a disadvantage when facing mages. This was especially so after reaching the 7th level. A mage's attack and defense would increase exponentially, as long as the difference between the two professions did not exceed 6 levels. A mage would have a high chance of winning. What was the level of the president's mage? At least level 13, 6 levels higher than him. That meant he was level 19. A level 19 warrior, just a little bit more, and he would enter the ranks of legends. He would complete the transformation from a mortal to an extraordinary being. Andre could not imagine how such a powerful person could appear in the underground training ground of the Association of Mages. From the conversation just now, he could analyze that the president was completely independent of the association. He was like an unknown guardian, protecting the tower from invaders. A warrior protecting a group of mages? This joke was not funny at all. Boris watched the changes in Andre's expression with great interest. Finally, he shook his head with a smile. It seems that you've misunderstood me. Gang's warrior level is not as high as you think. He's only level 10, but he has another advanced profession. That's the magic sword dancer, unique to the Moon Elves. Although he's only level 5, those who have seen such magnificent swordsmanship are all dead, including 2 level 10 mages. Sword dancer? Is there such a profession in the world? How come I've never seen it in books? After listening to the president's explanation, Andre's furrowed brows did not relax. Instead, they furrowed even more. When he lived with the necromancer, he had read almost all the contents of the necromancer's private library. He had never even heard of the sword dancer profession. The sword dancer is a very secretive profession. It is said that it is related to some lost magic skills of the elves. I don't know the details, but one thing is certain. This profession can enchant their weapons with specific magic during battle. Gang chose exorcism. His sword had a 30% chance of dispelling the target's defenses, regardless of whether it was a divine spell or an arcane spell. In addition, there are countless hidden advanced professions in this world. Most of the time, mages are not in an advantageous position, so don't let your guard down. Otherwise, you might lose your life at any time. Before Boris could finish his sentence, Gang walked over with Eunice. He bowed and left without saying a word. His expression was as cold as ice. Looking at his thin back, the president sighed slightly, turned around, closed the door, and whispered a secret code. In an instant, a layer of black fog surged out of the wooden door. A second later, it returned to a stone wall, and there were no sounds of fighting inside. It was as if everything he had seen and heard was an illusion. Patting the rough rock lightly, Boris turned to Andre and said, "All right, let's call it a day. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. I have to inform the dukes about the potions and the border forest. Think of what you need as soon as possible. They will come to find you soon. As for the trouble caused by the fire elemental bloodline, I'm afraid I'll be busy for a while. We'll talk about it after the council meeting." After the council meeting? Could it be you intend to watch me be surrounded by a large group of noble ladies? Andre asked, dumbfounded. Boris's eyes were full of mockery as he laughed. "Ha ha ha! What, don't you like being surrounded by a group of young and beautiful noble ladies? You should know that this is the envy of countless men. Go enjoy it. It's good to be young." Having said that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A white light flashed, and his entire person disappeared without a trace. Andre didn't expect the president to joke about this at all. He rubbed his forehead hard, gritting his teeth as he cursed in a low voice. damn it, I don't want this kind of luck at all. And you promised that you would help me solve this problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Boris's voice sounded in his ears. Child, I did promise to help you solve your problem, but I didn't say when. Remember, this is your punishment for hiding your rank as a wizard. At the same time, you should learn a lesson. Don't think that you're the only smart person in the world. Evidently, these voices came from the president's rank 0 arcane spell, message spell. Its function was similar to a wireless headset communicating within the range of the spell. Apart from the two parties involved, no one else would be able to hear anything, no matter how stupid Andre was. He knew that this was President Boris deliberately taking revenge on him. Unfortunately, he had no way of retaliating, so he could only pout and complain. All right, I reap what I sow this time. I hope those noble ladies can be more reserved. Otherwise, I can only use invisibility potions to solve the problem. There was an old saying that said, if you can't afford to provoke, can't you avoid it? After all, the main purpose of the relationship between the two sexes was to make each other happy. As for giving birth to offspring, it was just a side effect. Once the roles were reversed, at least 90% of people would find it boring. As for being used as a seeding machine, any man with a bit of dignity would probably reject it without hesitation. Nobles were not fools. They only wanted to integrate the special bloodline into their own family. This also meant that if they really gave birth to offspring, they would definitely be given the mother's surname, and then marry within the family. The child might not even know who his father was for the rest of his life. The famous Dragon Knight in the history of Lincoln City was said to have had relations with tens of thousands of noble ladies, and had more than thousands of offspring. But what happened in the end? He didn't even keep his family and surname, completely disappearing from the noble class. To be precise, he was integrated. Perhaps in the eyes of many people in this world, being able to integrate one's own bloodline into the noble class was something to be proud of. This was especially true for the Dragon Knight, who had enjoyed great fame, many beautiful women, endless aftertastes of fine wine, and countless delicacies. After his death, his story was turned into a story that was sung everywhere by bards. To this day, many young people still idolized him, desiring to live the same luxurious life. Chapter 284. However, as a transmigrator from Earth, Andre could tell at a glance that this fellow was actually being toyed with by the nobles. He kept sowing seeds like a fool, not knowing how to train the ability in his bloodline, and not caring about his own body. He sowed seeds day and night, and in the end died of exhaustion. What was even more tragic was that he didn't know anything. One had to know that a dragon descendant with a rich bloodline could live for at least 500 years, but this fellow had only lived for 350 years. It could be seen how much he had been oppressed. It was as if he had died from exhaustion. Thinking that he would soon face the same problem, Andre couldn't help but shiver. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have chosen to activate any bloodline. Don't worry, my dear master. If there's a need, I can help you deal with those noble ladies. Sometimes, with a little charm magic and some seductive techniques, I can quickly make them fall for you. I'm an expert in this field." Eunice licked her bright red lips and said seductively next to his ear. She was wearing a dark red scale armor, shoulder guards, arm guards, skirt armor, leg guards, and boots embedded with steel plates. Everything was painted dark red, and she had a black cloak with a hood and the symbol of the Sorcerers' Association on her back. She could be said to be fully armed, a standard warrior's outfit. One hand held a one-handed broadsword that was slightly wider than an ordinary longsword, while the other held a long whip full of barbs. If one was careless and got hit by it, one's skin would definitely be torn open. Perhaps it was because the demon bloodline in his body had been fully activated. The horns on his forehead had become much thicker. The whites of his eyes were a strange black, but his pupils were still blood red. His originally fiery red hair had also dimmed a little, turning into a blackish red color. The skin all over his body was like a boiled crab, constantly emitting a strong smell of sulfur. Two sharp teeth were slightly protruding from the corners of his mouth, and an agile tail was swaying behind him. It could be said that if it weren't for the fact that her feet hadn't turned into hooves and she was missing a pair of wings, she was basically no different from a real demon. Especially the strong smell of sulfur. Anyone with a little common sense would be alerted after smelling it. Of course, the last one was the silver snake-shaped necklace that hung around her slender neck. Most people probably didn't know that this seemingly beautiful and sexy little accessory was actually something that could take one's life. With just a single incantation, it could instantly send a fatal poison into the blood vessels. Andre gently pushed Taffrin, who was clinging to his back, and said in a half-joking tone, "Charm spell, seduction technique. Did you learn these things in a little more than a month?" Eunice shrugged her shoulders indifferently. With a flick of her wrist, the long whip was directly like a snake, instantly reaching towards the torch not far away. Then she pulled hard, and the torch was forcibly pulled down from the rack. The other hand that was holding the broadsword fiercely swung, and with a clang, the hardwood torch was cut in half. After everything that had happened last night, she slightly raised her chin proudly and asked with a smile, "How is it, dear master? Do you have a new understanding of me now?" Looking at the flat surface of the torch on the ground, Andre showed a trace of surprise. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he very playfully replied, "Very good. I didn't expect that you actually learned the dual-wielding technique." According to the description in the book Profession Introduction, warrior. Generally speaking, most warrior professions would either choose a powerful two-handed weapon or a combination of a one-handed weapon and a shield. It was very rare for two hands to use two weapons at the same time because a normal person's brain and reflexes couldn't do two things at the same time, let alone two completely different types of weapons. However, there were always a small number of strange people in the world who had talents that ordinary people could never reach. Scholars called this talent dual wielding. People with this talent had more reflexes than ordinary people, and they could naturally do two things at the same time. With a little bit of training, they could fight with two different weapons at the same time. In professional terms, it was called dual-wielding technique. Andre completely didn't expect that this half-demon woman in front of him was actually a rare dual-wielding demon. Generally speaking, when people with this kind of talent chose a profession, 90% of them would lean towards a thief instead of a warrior. Haha, I've completely accepted everything contained in my bloodline, including spell-like abilities, all kinds of knowledge, battle techniques, and experience. Otherwise, how do you think I was able to improve so much in just a little over a month? After saying this, Eunice hung the whip on her belt and sheathed her broadsword. She stroked her long black and red hair, showing a mixture of temptation, bloodthirst, and maturity. Without a doubt, the source of her bloodline was definitely a succubus, so she would always inadvertently tease the nerves of those around her. Especially after completely embracing the power in her body, she was like a blooming poppy. Not only did the demonic characteristics not weaken her attractiveness, but it also added a sense of depravity. Staring at those strange black and red eyes, Andre lightly sighed. He took off the sword of the king's blood and handed it over. "Here, take this sword as a gift to celebrate your transformation." "Gift?" Eunice hesitantly looked at the gorgeous scabbard inlaid with gems and gold, as well as the exquisite patterns on the hilt. In her opinion, rather than a weapon for killing, it was more like an ornament or a piece of art. It had no practical use at all. Generally speaking, a sword for killing didn't need any decorations. It was enough as long as it was strong and sharp enough. Extra decorations would only destroy the balance of the sword and affect the user's senses. Don't be fooled by its appearance. This is a genuine magic sword. Not only is it incomparably sharp, but it also has the ability to steal the life of its victim, Andre softly reminded after seeing the confusion in Taflin's eyes. In fact, he also felt that the weapon's decorations were too extravagant, but considering that the previous owner of the sword was a true human king, it wasn't strange for it to be extravagant. Magic weapon? Eunice cried out in surprise and immediately grasped the hilt of the sword. With a clang, she pulled out the sword of the king's blood. The sword emitted a dark red light that instantly illuminated the dark tunnel. She raised her finger and gently ran it across the blade. Soon, she felt the evil magic attached to it. A trace of unconcealable ecstasy appeared on her beautiful face, and she muttered to herself, "Oh, this is a really exciting gift. I can't help but want to stab it into someone's chest." Chapter 285. You'd better suppress those crazy thoughts immediately. Remember, you can't kill anyone without my orders. Andre glared at her and warned. He knew all too well what kind of perverted hobbies this female half-demon had. Whipping, torturing, humiliating, killing, and perhaps even masochistic tendencies, so he had to draw a red line in advance. Otherwise, blood would flow like a river in the end. Aha, don't worry, I'll strictly follow your orders. But you'd better confirm who the enemy is, or I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. Eunice took a step forward and flashed behind Andre, sticking out her tongue and licking his neck. Andre felt his entire body go numb and couldn't help but shudder. He immediately turned his head and glared at her. This is the last warning. If there's a next time, I don't mind giving you some punishment. Now put on your hood. I don't want to attract the attention of passers-by. Eunice covered her face with her hood and shrugged with a playful smile. As you wish, my dear master. Let's go. I still have many things to do today. Andre ignored the half-demon behind him and walked straight to the hall on the first floor. Since he was back in the city, he naturally wanted to see how Bonnie, the Black Lilies Guild, was going. After all, it was an important part of his next plan, and related to whether he could obtain the necessary information in time. Apart from that, he also had to set up a merchant guild that belonged to him, so that he could slowly expand his influence and rope in nobles and merchants through benefits, and establish a huge interest group with himself as the center. Calculating the time, it wouldn't be long before Lady Anasta of West Sia returned to Lincoln City with the first batch of salt. When that time came, the entire upper class would definitely explode, and countless people would be eager to get a piece of this huge cake. It was the best time to rope in allies, and the prerequisite for this was that he had to have a merchant guild first. Andre went to the second floor of the Sorcerers' Association, where they specialized in purchasing ancient items. He sold off all the jewelry he got from his exploration of the ruins. After that, he dragged a leather bag filled with more than 8,000 gold coins, which was more than 40 kilograms of gold. He went straight to the entrance of the basement. Fortunately, the gold coins of the Green Sea Alliance were relatively light. Each one weighed about 5 grams. If it were the extra-large tourist gold coins of the Cantero Kingdom, with his pitiful 7 points of strength, he probably wouldn't even be able to move them. It was no wonder that when large companies and nobles did business with each other, they would often use bills backed by their reputations. Gold coins were just too heavy, especially for large transactions that involved tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of gold coins. If they were to use gold and silver coins to pay, they would need several carriages to transport the gold coins, not to mention the fact that there wouldn't be that much gold coins. Silently reminiscing about the black-hearted banks on Earth and the constantly depreciating notes, Andre quickly replenished a dozen arcane spells between level 0 and level 3. After that, he returned to the hall with less than 500 gold coins left. Beverly, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately jumped up from her chair and hugged his leg. She pointed at the 6 older girls standing not far behind them and said, "Teacher, look, I found all the sisters who used to take care of me here. Hee, well done. This is your reward. Take it and buy something you like." As he said that, Andre affectionately patted the little Loli's head. He took out a handful of gold coins, about 50 of them, and stuffed them all into the little leather bag that she always carried with her. "For me." Beverly opened her mouth wide in shock. She lowered her head to look at the shiny gold coins, and her eyes were instantly covered with a layer of mist. One had to know that before this, she had never even touched gold coins. Her pocket money was usually only a few silver coins, and this was only after Andre appeared. After all, children from poor families should feel fortunate to be able to fill their stomachs. As for pocket money, it was a benefit that only children from rich families could enjoy. The little Loli cherished every shiny and hard-earned pocket money very much. She carefully saved it and was never willing to spend a single bit. She was prepared to use it when she learned magic. When she was working as a handyman in the Mage Tower, she had fully understood how terrifying the cost of learning magic was. Children from ordinary families couldn't possibly afford it at all. After all, a mentor wasn't obligated to bear the cost of an apprentice, and the gold coins needed to advance from an apprentice to an official mage was an astronomical figure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be only nobles and big merchants who could afford it. However, the little Loli had never imagined that she would suddenly obtain a spell book that countless people could only dream of. There were even dozens of spells recorded in the book. Now, she even had a large amount of gold coins in her bag. For a moment, she was extremely moved. Quietly wiping away her tears, she buried her head into her robe and softly said, "Thank you, teacher. You're the best to me." As soon as her voice fell, a row of information immediately appeared in Andre's vision. "Apprentice Beverly has an extremely favorable impression of you. Intimacy level has increased to 100 points. Congratulations! You have completed the 2nd stage of intimate intimacy. You have randomly obtained a magic staff blueprint. Congratulations! You have obtained a fireball magic staff blueprint." In an instant, a crumpled piece of parchment appeared in his palm. He patted Beverly's back to comfort her, and at the same time opened the blueprint and glanced at it. What he saw was written on it, "Fireball Magic Staff. Minimum requirement, level 5 mage. Cost, 900 experience points. Maker must be proficient in the fireball spell. Required materials, a large magic beast bone, 50 milliliters of fire elemental energy, rich creature's blood, a half-foot-long branch or core of a magic plant, 2 fingernail-sized rubies, 20 grams of diamond dust." As for the latter part, there were some external designs as well as special patterns that needed to be drawn on the magic staff. At the end, it also explained the influence of the quality of the materials and the mage's level on the magic staff. It had to be said that this thing was really a good thing. It could greatly alleviate Andre's current problem of having too few spell slots, although he had copied a lot of scrolls for this, just in case there was a certain interval between each use of a scroll. However, a magic staff didn't have this concern. Moreover, the fireball spell had always been the most destructive spell among the level 3 arcane spells. With this magic staff, he could save more spell slots to memorize defensive, summoning, and control spells. One must know that a magic staff blueprint wasn't something that could be obtained casually. Almost all individuals, countries, and mage organizations that had mastered this technology would classify it as a first-class secret. Even internal members couldn't take a look at it. At most, they could only obtain the finished product. Chapter 286. However, this was not surprising. After all, the wand's lethality was too terrifying for ordinary people. Even the relatively weak level 0 and level 1 arcane spells were enough to cause terrible consequences. Imagine a wand with 30 magic missiles stored in it. Suddenly, it was aimed at a place where the crowd was concentrated and fired. The red light of the missiles was comparable to that of bullets as they whistled through the air and hit the target one after another. After a few seconds, only corpses were left on the ground. How shocking would that hellish scene be? By the same principle, similar methods could be used on the battlefield, especially weapons like the fireball magic wand, which did not need too many. Aiming at the enemy's phalanx and shooting 20 to 30 missiles in one breath could directly break the psychological defenses of most ordinary soldiers, resulting in a large-scale collapse. To some extent, the wand was equivalent to a hot weapon that appeared in the era of cold weapons. It was completely cheating. Except for the real professionals, no one could even resist. Fortunately, this kind of technology was now in the hands of very few strong people and rarely appeared in wars. Even if it did appear, it would disappear in a flash. Because of the high cost and complicated craftsmanship, it was impossible for this kind of thing to be popularized. Looking at this list, there were the bones of large magic beasts, the blood of fire elemental creatures, branches or tree cores of magic plants, and 2 pieces of rubies the size of a fingernail. Which one of them was not priceless? What was a large magic beast? According to the definition in the Monster Illustrated Handbook, this kind of creature first had to be larger than an adult human in size and weight. Then, it had to have at least one supernatural ability, such as a winter wolf that could spit out yeast gas, or a snow bear that could increase its size and strength by 1/3 in a short time. If one encountered such an animal in the wilderness, it was considered lucky to not die, not to mention to kill it and bring back its bones alive. Therefore, each piece of bone was expensive. Next was the blood of the fire elemental creature. Without a doubt, it was not easy to obtain it. The easiest way was to go to the vicinity of an active volcano and look for a reptile called the fire lizard. They were 4 to 5 meters long and had a long, wide, flat brain and especially strong and sharp teeth. They could easily bite their prey to pieces and could even spit out fan-shaped flames from their mouth. How difficult was it to kill such a monster? Just ask an experienced adventurer, and you'll know. They would tell you that first, you had to have an enchanted weapon because ordinary weapons could not split open the hard scales of the fire lizard. Second, you had to be able to withstand the temperature of more than 60 degrees. Lastly, you had to be careful of the hot lava flowing around you. In short, if you were not careful, you would die without a burial place. As for magic plants, they only grew in forests and mountains with rich magic energy. Just looking for them. A lot of time and energy, not to mention the dangers along the way. 2 rubies the size of a fingernail were the easiest to obtain, but each would cost several hundred to several thousand gold coins. A complete set of materials would cost at least 100 to 150,000 gold coins. In addition, it would also require a mage of level 5 or above to cast a spell to recharge it. Just the cost alone would be 200,000 gold coins. How many countries or organizations would be able to afford such large-scale equipment? Of course, the most important thing was still the blueprints. Ever since the collapse of the ancient magic civilization, almost all of the wand-making techniques that they were so proud of had been lost. Only a very small amount of incomplete information had been passed down. Those countries and organizations that had the wand-making techniques had studied the information and restored a small part of it, and most of them were auxiliary techniques. André could already imagine how big of a sensation this blueprint would cause if it was spread out, so he quickly put it in his pocket. He was going to start collecting materials to make a wand for self-defense after the council meeting. After putting away the blueprint, he took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He squatted down, and intimately pinched the little loli's face. Well, I didn't give you too much pocket money before, mainly to prevent you from secretly doing some dangerous experiments. But as you learn more and more, you have to start all kinds of practice. So from next month, you can get 25 gold coins every week to buy magic materials. Long live my mentor. Hearing this good news, Beverly was so happy that she danced and waved her little fists and shouted. Looking at the little girl's excited appearance, Andre smiled and shook his head. He directly threw the rest of the gold coins in the bag to Chloe. I just sold all the spoils of war that I found in the maze. These are your share. Aha! Receiving rewards after the adventure. I used to like this part the most when I was reading adventure stories. I didn't expect that I would receive rewards one day. Chloe excitedly opened the leather bag and glanced at it. Soon, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. In fact, she didn't care about the amount of money in the bag. She just liked the process of receiving rewards through her adventure. After all, as the only heir of the Mariel family, even a pair of silk stockings on her body cost 300 gold coins. They were made from the silk of a giant spider in cold regions. It was said that wearing them for a long time could make the skin more delicate and at the same time increase the charm of a woman. A few hundred gold coins were not even enough to be considered pocket money for her. How is it? Are you satisfied with the rewards of this adventure? Andre asked in a joking tone. It's okay. If only I could get a little more. Chloe pursed her lips and pretended to be greedy as she replied, "Ha ha, be content. As a rookie, you can get a few hundred gold coins in your first adventure. In addition, it took less than a week. Ordinary adventurers would be jealous if they heard about it. Don't think that all adventurers are like the protagonists in stories. They can casually explore ruins and find treasures. Many of them can only fill their stomachs. What you have is already equivalent to their 1 or 2 months to half a year's income." After saying that, Andre lightly knocked on the girl's head. He turned and walked toward the 6 apprentices and odd job workers standing at the side. Obviously, these 6 12 to 13 years old girls were selected by him to help him concoct potions. Due to the lack of time, he could only let Beverly find someone she was familiar with. Generally speaking, those who were willing to help others for free were not too bad-hearted. Moreover, girls were relatively easier to control than boys. After all, boys were ambitious creatures. They were very susceptible to all kinds of temptations, such as power, money, women, and so on. If they were careless, they would be caught by their enemies. This was especially true for boys who had not yet matured. In this aspect, their resistance to temptation was particularly weak. Moreover, they especially liked to think that they were clever. They were undoubtedly big trouble. Chapter 287. Looking at the nervous faces of the girls, Andre didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "I believe you all already know that I am in urgent need of a few apprentices to help me concoct potions. The condition is very simple. You have to master all the contents of elementary potions within half a month, or you will be eliminated. After passing the test, each of you will receive a sum of money every month. At the same time, you will be allowed to observe my classes and experiments. As for how much knowledge you can learn, it will depend on your own efforts. In the end, no matter whether you can become an official mage in the future, I am afraid you will have to say goodbye to your freedom. I will prepare a strict magic contract for those who pass the test to ensure that the potion formulas will not be leaked. Now, I will give you 1 minute to consider. If you feel that it is unacceptable, you can choose to withdraw immediately." It had to be said that permanently restricting the free time of others was a very excessive thing to do. However, in order to ensure a technical monopoly, he had no choice but to do so. After all, many of the formulas recorded in the book encyclopedia of magic potions were very easy to produce in batches. In addition, he also planned to introduce assembly line technology. Once the formula was leaked, it would become very troublesome. The tallest girl hesitated for a moment, then immediately stood out and bowed. "Master, I am willing to accept all the conditions, and thank you for giving me a chance to change my fate." "I am also willing." "Me too." With one taking the lead, the rest of the girls also expressed their agreement. For them, instead of staying in the association's tower all day long and doing the work of servants, waiting for an almost impossible hope, it was better to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, once they were over 18 years old, they would lose the qualification to become an apprentice. They would either become the playthings of some mages or become the consumables of some dangerous experiments. Very good. Then from today onwards, you are my people and have nothing to do with the association. In the next half a month, Beverly will be responsible for teaching you elementary potions. After half a month, I will come back for the test. Remember, in the future, she will be the chief apprentice, the leader of all of you. Now go and pack your things. We will set off in 10 minutes. After finishing his words, Andre waved his hand, indicating that the girls could leave. He didn't intend to waste too much time and energy on training these half-grown children who already had their own independent outlook on life and values because they had already missed the best age to develop their minds. At most, they could only be assistants or staff officers. Watching the girls disappear around the corner of the stairs, the little lowly blinked her eyes and asked curiously, "Teacher, do you really want me to teach my sisters pharmaceutics? They are much older than me." "Of course. Didn't you already learn all the contents of that book? Remember, for mages, age is not an obstacle. Look at me. I'm not even 15 years old yet, but I'm already called a master by many people in their 60s and 70s. Work hard, my adorable apprentice. I have high hopes for you." After saying that, Andre gently patted the girl's head with a faint smile on his face. Beverly clenched her fists and tried her best to stick out her chest. She seriously promised, "Please don't worry. I won't let you down." "Ha ha. Then I'll first look forward to your—" Before Andre could finish his words, Eunice, who had been following behind him, suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. She stepped forward and poked the girl's forehead with her finger. She teased, "What a naive and adorable little thing. You were actually fooled by a few words." "Who are you?" The little lowly pouted and glared angrily at Eunice. "Aha, who am I? Why don't you try guessing?" Eunice obviously found the girl's angry look very amusing, so she continued to tease her in a very frivolous tone. Andre could even see the corner of her mouth slightly raised under the hood, her expression full of playfulness and playfulness. As a particularly smart, lowly, Beverly didn't only know how to act cute. After calming down, she rolled her eyes and instantly pounced on Tayflin. She grabbed the tail hidden under the hood and laughed loudly. "Hee hee hee. I caught it. You're that auntie, with horns on her head." Eunice couldn't help but whistle at the girl's witty performance. She took off her hood and clapped her hands. "Wow. Keen insight. It seems that you really do have a lot of potential." "Humph. I'm the teacher's chief apprentice. Of course, I'm powerful." After saying that, the little girl raised her chin and put on a proud look, which immediately caused the other three to laugh kindly. Andre gently touched the girl's long blonde hair and said to the half-demon without looking back, "I have something to do. You're responsible for protecting them on the way back. If there's an accident on the way, don't hesitate to kill them all. Kill them all." Eunice raised her eyebrows. "Wow, that's not an order coming out of your mouth." "I can't help it. The city may be a bit chaotic recently. I'm worried that someone will take advantage of the situation. You know, the more uncertain the situation, the more people like to take risks. Although these guys can't do much, we still need to be cautious. I don't want to see any accidents happen. All right, I'll leave this to you. I'm in a hurry." With that, Andre pulled up his hood to cover his unusual hair and pupils. He walked straight through the hall and quickly pushed open the door, disappearing into the noisy streets. After more than a month of not seeing each other, the atmosphere in Linton City had become more solemn than before. Although business in the market was still flourishing, both merchants and ordinary citizens were very nervous. People could be heard everywhere talking about the upcoming meeting and the possible outbreak of a trade war. After all, the sea trade was the pillar of the city, and it concerned everyone's interests. Moreover, the instigator of the conflict was their archenemy, Bakharov City. The two sides had fought many trade wars, and the accumulated hatred was so deep that it was impossible to resolve. Many young people were shouting to attack the city and completely destroy all the shipyards, making those reckless fellows Linton City's vassals. Of course, this was only the hot-bloodedness of young people. The older people knew that Bakharov City was no pushover. Not only did they have the second largest fleet after Linton City, they also had an aerial force riding on griffins. Although there were only a dozen of them, the threat was not small at all. Griffins had the body and claws of a lion, the head and wings of an eagle. They were a brave and fearless creature, not even afraid of the dragons at the top of the world's food chain. Many countries saw them as a symbol of courage, and they were very powerful, large, magical beasts. When they reached adulthood, they were no less powerful than feudal knights. Coupled with the fact that they could fly freely in the air, they were even more difficult to deal with than professionals above level 10. Chapter 288. It was precisely because of their existence that Linton City had won the trade war many times, but they were unable to completely eradicate the threat. They were forced to watch their opponents recover their strength time and time again before launching another challenge. It was a vicious cycle. Andre strolled along the streets as he silently gathered information. Unknowingly, he had arrived near the back street of the slums. Just as he was feeling somewhat stunned, he suddenly realized that the place had changed completely compared to a month ago. The originally stinky river had been cleaned up, and the dilapidated wooden houses on both sides of the street had been transformed into all sorts of service centers and shops. The hooligans had changed into uniforms and were constantly patrolling the area. The scantily clad prostitutes on the streets had also disappeared, replaced by a large number of enticing billboards. The number of passers-by gradually increased as well. Occasionally, there would even be a few carriages with the insignia of nobles passing by. Everything looked no different from the other streets. A newcomer would never have imagined that this was once the most chaotic, darkest, and lawless back street. Clearly, Black Lily Bonnie had already carried out a large-scale renovation of this area according to the plan that they had discussed beforehand. Even the thieves that used to roam the streets and alleys had disappeared without a trace. Looking at the current state of the entire street, Andre took a deep breath and muttered to himself with a sigh, "Humans are really creatures with unlimited potential. To be able to complete such a huge workload in such a short period of time. Perhaps it won't be long before this place becomes the most prosperous place in the city." Just as he finished his sentence, he suddenly realized that there were 7 or 8 children in patched clothes squatting in an alley not far away. Each of them held a tray in their hands. On the tray was a fried fish, a large spoon of mashed potatoes, a few pieces of fatty and greasy meat slices of an unknown name, a large piece of black bread, and a small pile of vegetables. They were stuffing the food into their mouths as though there was no one around. Even though the food was very crude and simple, the portions were sufficient. All of them looked as though they had eaten the most delicious food in the world. All of them had satisfied expressions on their faces. Among them There was a skinny boy who looked especially familiar, as though he had seen him somewhere before. After a brief recollection, Andre quickly recalled that the boy was the one who had tipped him off previously. His name should be Benson. At the same time, the boy seemed to recognize him. He hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth and stood up in surprise. "Ah, Sir Mage, is that you? Oh, you can recognize me." Andre's face was filled with disbelief. He was now wearing a hood, and his entire face was hidden. The sapphire badge on his chest had been replaced with a pearl and ruby badge. There were no obvious markings on his body at all. How could he be recognized like this? Was there any justice in this world? Benson grinned and explained, "Of course I can. First of all, the robe you're wearing will reflect a little under the sunlight. Perhaps ordinary people won't notice it, but a veteran like me who's mingled in the streets and alleys can see it at a glance. Secondly, the smell on your body is different from others. You don't have the strong perfume smell of nobles, nor do you have the sour smell of ordinary people. Lastly, there's the habit of walking. When you walk, there's almost no deviation in the distance of every step. I've been training as a thief recently, so I know what that means. Fine observation skills, sharp sense of smell, excellent memory. It looks like you're not simple at all. To be able to analyze so much information in just a few seconds, Andre praised with a smile. He never expected that a mere pickpocket who lived at the lowest rung of society would have such outstanding qualities. He was practically a natural at gathering information. The chess piece he had set up back then was finally showing its effects. Benson scratched his head in embarrassment. "You flatter me, Mr. Mage. I'm just a little bit better than ordinary thieves. I know who's putting on airs and who I can't afford to offend. Otherwise, boss wouldn't have promoted me to be the leader of all the thieves." "Haha, being able to read people is also a talent. Besides, I think you still have a lot of room for improvement. Otherwise, Bonnie might have let you participate in the thief training. Do you have time? Bring me around. I want to understand the current situation in the back streets." With that said, Andre turned around and glanced at the somewhat familiar yet unfamiliar street. "No problem. It's my honor to be of service to you." Benson hurriedly bowed and distributed the unfinished food on his plate to the other children. He then jogged over. Andre noticed that the young pickpockets didn't mind the ugly leftovers at all. In the blink of an eye, the leftovers were clean. Clearly, just from this point alone, it could be seen that their living conditions were terrible. Perhaps they didn't even have enough to eat, and could only struggle to survive in poverty and hunger. Of course, they weren't much better now, but at least their tattered clothes were enough to cover their bodies. Although lunch was still simple and crude, it was definitely enough to fill their stomachs. Other than the fact that they still didn't have a pair of shoes on their feet, everyone looked rather healthy. It had to be said that this was a huge improvement. After all, more than a month ago, the living conditions of the residents in the back streets were like hell. But now, it was a completely different scene. It was probably due to the integration of the gangs that the violence on the streets had decreased significantly. After all, the hooligans might not be afraid of being imprisoned by the patrolling soldiers, but they were definitely afraid of the rules set by the gangs. This was because the former would at most be beaten up and locked up for a few days without any consequences. The latter, on the other hand, would result in broken limbs or drowning in the sea. It might even implicate one's family and friends. Therefore, one had to think twice before acting. As they walked down the street aimlessly, Benson pointed at the buildings on both sides of the street and introduced, "Look, these are newly opened taverns. On the surface, they sell low-quality alcohol, but in secret, they are places where smugglers conduct their transactions. We provide them with a secret warehouse in the sewers, and they give us 15% of the profits every time a transaction is successful." The two-story building over There is a prostitution business. The boss of Black Lily gathered all the prostitutes on the streets and made them dress up as noble ladies, female pirates, female knights, priestesses, princesses, and queens. Many rich nobles and merchants like to come here for excitement. It's said that they can earn 1 to 200 gold coins a day. As for Gil Abel's old lair, it has been transformed into a large entertainment venue. The basement level is a casino and a coliseum. The ground level is a bar and a place for performances. Half of the second floor is a restaurant, and the other half is guest rooms. The Coliseum is always packed with people. Just the entrance fee alone is a huge sum of money, not to mention there's also a cut for betting. Chapter 289. As he listened to the boy's incessant description of the gray area, André suddenly had a strange feeling. This was because he was the one who had single-handedly promoted the development of the gang. They had gone from the most primitive state where they couldn't even feed themselves to a modern model that integrated entertainment, smuggling, real estate, and many other aspects. One had to know that if there was no external interference, these fellows who had no knowledge and no skills and only knew how to rob, steal, and exploit the poor all day long would not be able to learn how to make a fortune through running a guild without hundreds of years of practice. But looking at the current situation in Backstreet, all the gangsters in the slums clearly understood the benefits of establishing order and maintaining stability in their territory. Furthermore, with the diversified business model, it spurred a series of industrial chains, including taverns, casinos, special services, smuggling, renting warehouses, bloody gladiators, hotels, collecting protection fees, and so on. Even the nearby bakeries, small restaurants, and grocery stores had good business. Benson, do you think it's good or bad that Backstreet has become like this? André narrowed his eyes and asked softly. In fact, he didn't know if he had done a good thing or opened Pandora's box. From an economic point of view, the changes in Backstreet had attracted a large number of wealthy people to spend money, and it had greatly stimulated domestic demand, revitalizing the half-dead shops in the slums. But at the same time, this prosperity was nourished by Linton City. The more it developed, the weaker the city would become. Finally, after the gang's influence infiltrated every aspect, it would devour the entire city like a monster, turning it into a city of sin in comics or movies. I think it's great this way. I don't even have to risk being beaten to death to steal money from others. I can make a living just by asking around. I still can't believe it's real, the boy replied excitedly. Without a doubt, with his knowledge and intelligence, he could only sense the changes around him, but not the danger. André knew that he had asked the wrong person. He shrugged with a helpless smile and said, "All right, I hope you won't hate me in the future. Now, bring me to Bonnie. I have something to discuss with her." Benson clearly didn't understand what he meant. He scratched the back of his head with a baffled look and said, "Of course, Mr. Mage. Boss should be in the Coliseum at this time. Recently, many foreign adventurers like to go there to make a name for themselves and earn money. Business is booming. Please follow me." "Lead the way then. I'm also looking to see if there are any targets worth recruiting." With that, André pulled his hood tighter and walked straight to the tallest building in the entire Backstreet. There were many sources of adventurers. There were the descendants of nobles who did not have the right of inheritance, as well as the commoners who were rich. As for those who did not even have armor and weapons, there were also many descendants of farmers who ran out with wooden sticks or pitchforks to risk their lives. However, the last type didn't even have basic equipment. Similarly, they hadn't undergone any systematic training. They were cannon fodder among cannon fodder, dying a tragic death in the wastelands within a month or two. Only the lucky ones with outstanding talent would be able to survive the initial hurdles and slowly accumulate rewards. They would then be equipped with a full set of weapons and armor, transforming into true veterans. In fact, Anyone who could survive in the adventure industry for more than 2 years might not have much savings, but they were definitely not poor. After all, even the most ordinary leather armor would cost about 30 Alliance gold coins. Metal armor would cost about 200 to 1,000 gold coins. Longswords, shields, bows, tents, sleeping bags, torches, and boots that had a high rate of wear and tear. In short, to survive in the dangerous wilderness, not only did they need to learn all kinds of knowledge, they also needed to spend a lot of money on equipment. Therefore, many people who had a skill often desired to break away from this state after being an adventurer for a period of time. Therefore, they would perform similar duels in public places, taking the opportunity to raise their reputation and attract the attention of the ruling class. Obviously, the newly opened Colosseum in the back street was a good opportunity to raise one's reputation. There was nothing better than a clash of iron and blood in public to show one's combat ability. Andre was in need of manpower to expand his forces. Recruiting a few adventurers who had strength but no background was undoubtedly the best choice. Gil Abel's lair was the only brick building in the entire back street. It was 3 stories high and took up a large area. In order to protect himself, he had specially built a high wall around it. Now, Black Lily Bonnie had taken advantage of all this. After a series of modifications and renovations, the place no longer looked eerie and terrifying. It now looked like a luxurious hotel. The lawn and flower beds were taken care of by a regular gardener, and the roof and walls were planted with vines. More than 10 burly men in armor and weapons stood guard nearby. 2 scantily clad women stood at the door to welcome every guest who came in. As the 2 approached the entrance, a middle-aged man with a full beard and a terrifying scar on his face stepped forward and looked at Andre warily. At the same time, he lowered his voice and asked the boy, "Benson, what's going on? Who's that behind you?" "It's nothing, Scarface. This gentleman behind me is the boss's closest friend." "Friend?" The man called Scarface frowned slightly. "Are you sure there's no threat?" "Of course not. Damn it. I really don't know where you get your vigilance from. Every time I bring someone here, I have to be interrogated by you," Benson complained bitterly. Scarface shrugged with a smile. "I can't help it. My job is to protect the boss and the building behind him, so you have to understand that these interrogations are necessary. Also, I'm very sorry, sir. I hope you won't speak ill of me in front of the boss." Andre looked at the man's vigilant eyes and smiled slightly. He nodded approvingly. "Please don't worry. I understand your job very well, and at the same time, I agree with your serious attitude. I have to say that you are the most suitable person for protection I've ever seen. Eliminating danger in the bud is always the best choice." "Ha ha ha. Thank you very much. I used to be a scout in the army, so I can feel that those people are more dangerous. But since a few months ago, my leg was injured and I couldn't continue to run in the wild. Fortunately, the boss here gave me a job. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to sleep on the streets with my family." After that, the scarred man slightly bent down and made a gesture of invitation. He had already noticed the badge on Andre's chest and instantly understood that the mysterious hooded man in front of him was a mage with terrifying supernatural powers. It was impossible for such a person to be an assassin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been discovered by anyone. Chapter 290. Homeless. Andre smiled meaningfully. If a professional like you is willing to sleep on the streets, then all the nobles in Linton City must be blind. Although I don't know how much Black Lily is offering, I'm sure it won't be too low. Benson grinned and echoed, "Hee hee, sir, you guessed right. Boss spent a lot of money to poach Scar from the city defense. His weekly salary is enough to feed me for a year. However, this guy does have some skills. In less than 3 days, he has already managed to manage all the gangsters in the back street. Seeing that he had become the target of ridicule, Scar didn't show any signs of anger. Instead, he said in a self-deprecating manner, "I can't help it. I have a wife and children to feed. Furthermore, I have to prepare a generous dowry for my daughters. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been tempted by the generous commission to become a thug for the gang." Haha, trust me, it won't be long before you feel lucky for the choice you have made, because soon this street will become the most prosperous place in Linton City. At the same time, it will become a place where a new faction will rise. With that said, Andre patted Scar on the shoulder and walked straight to the entrance. Seeing that Black Lily had a professional from the military like Scar, he could finally relax. He allowed the gang's influence to expand rapidly in the slums without worrying about losing control. There was a saying that said, "Gangsters aren't scary, but cultured gangsters are." In the past, the gang members were a bunch of starving poor people. The income they earned from committing crimes was barely enough to fill their stomachs. It was impossible for them to attract elites from other industries. But it was different now. After more than a month of reform, the Backstreet had shown an unparalleled ability to make money, especially with all kinds of new and exciting entertainment venues. Those rich people found novelty all the time. Originally, they could only earn 1 or 2 silver coins per transaction, but after dressing up, their value had multiplied. Among them, the role-playing activities that were highly sought after by the nobles would cost more than 10 gold coins per session. Bloody gladiators and gambling also brought in huge profits. It was enough to attract a group of people who were relatively poor to join the gang. With their help, they would soon form a complete system that would slowly infiltrate into all walks of life. By the time the nobles realized it, half of the city would have been surrounded by a large net hidden in the dark. Anyone who wanted to get rid of it would have to consider the severity of the consequences. Since they couldn't be eradicated, transactions, compromise, and acceptance became necessary. When the time came, the underground faction would become a fourth political force that couldn't be ignored in Linton City under the tacit agreement of the nobles. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Andre would also obtain a large and efficient information network. Nothing could escape his eyes. After passing through the noisy hall on the first floor, the two of them quickly arrived at a hidden secret door. Benson leaned over a burly man and whispered a few words into his ear. Then, they successfully entered a staircase that led downwards. Before they reached the halfway point, they heard deafening shouts coming from below. "Go! Hurry up and attack! Kill that bear! Kill it! I've spent 50 gold coins. Dog asterisk T, go to hell obediently. I've bet. Yes, bite him to die to death. Walking out of the staircase, Andre instantly noticed hundreds of spectators raising their fists and roaring at the top of their lungs. There were both men and women among them. Even though they used masks to cover their faces, there was no doubt that they were either nobles or merchants from the way they dressed. None of them cared about the so-called etiquette as they vented the passion hidden deep in their hearts. The women in long dresses were like lunatics. Their faces were flushed red as they constantly let out ear-piercing screams. There were even a few who threw their handkerchiefs into the arena. As for the thing that caused so many people to fall into a frenzy, it was naturally located in the circular pit in the center of the underground hall. A male warrior in his 30s was holding a sword and a shield. He was facing off against a huge brown bear. The man and the beast were fighting with all their might in the not-too-spacious area. Every time they reached a dangerous place, the audience would let out enthusiastic cheers. However, the male warrior's current state was clearly a little dangerous. His shoulder had been scratched open with a bloody wound. Thankfully, his chainmail had a certain degree of defensive ability. Otherwise, his entire arm would have been crippled. His shield was also covered in scratches. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood, but his face was abnormally pale. His footsteps were also a little messy. Of course, the bear was not much better. Its brownish-black fur was stained with dark red blood. However, the instincts of a beast made it even more dangerous. Even experienced hunters would be afraid of the ferocious gaze in its eyes. Looking at the fiery scene, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly. He bent down and asked loudly, "Benson, are there always so many people here?" The boy nodded without hesitation and answered excitedly, "Yes, Mr. Mage. We hold 5 matches a day, 5 matches against people. Among them, there are one-on-one matches like the one in front of us. There are also group battles. Basically, every match is full. The customers especially like the scene of blood splattering everywhere. Therefore, they are not stingy when it comes to spending money." "Oh, how are the casualties?" "There were quite a lot of people who died in the first few days. This is because the spectators especially like to see blood splattering everywhere. As the number of matches increased, the death rate is now less than a third of the original number. As long as the people perform well enough, there is a high chance of survival." As Benson answered the question, he narrowed his eyes and looked around the crowd. After a few seconds, he pointed to a corner in the last row of the spectator stands and said, "Look, the boss is over there. I'll bring you there now." "Okay, let's go." After saying that, Andre glanced at the warrior who was still struggling in the arena and shook his head gently. Clearly, although the man in his 30s was a true professional warrior, his skills were too poor. It would be difficult for him to make a name for himself if he had to put in so much effort to deal with an ordinary brown bear. After all, any feudal knight could easily defeat an adult brown bear. Riding on a war horse, they could even use the force of the charge to penetrate the opponent's spear in one strike. If they could not even defeat a brown bear, it would be difficult for them to enter the noble's consideration. Carefully bypassing the fanatical spectator stands, the two of them came to the side of a woman in a gray cloak and sat down. Chapter 2, 91. As soon as he sat down, Benson immediately lowered his voice and asked, "Boss, is that you?" The woman in the gray cloak curled her lips in annoyance. "Nonsense. Of course it's me. Who else could it be?" He. It's just in case." Benson pointed at Andre beside him. "I've brought Mr. Mage here. Take your time to chat." As soon as he finished speaking, he was like a nimble little mouse, darting a few meters away with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he was at the staircase that led upstairs. Looking at the boy's skinny back, Black Lily pulled down her hood and rolled her eyes. "TSK, what a clever fellow. He actually ran away so quickly. He's one of your most loyal subordinates, and he's quite capable. With a little training, he'll be able to hold his own." As he spoke, Andre pulled down his hood slightly, revealing 2 flame-like orange-red eyes. They were unusually bright in the dim light. Black Lily Bonnie was shocked. She quickly reached out and gently lifted the hood. Immediately, she saw a head of fiery red hair that was still emitting warmth. She asked in disbelief, "Damn it, what happened to you? It's only been a month, and you've changed so much." Andre shrugged helplessly and explained, "It's nothing. It's just that the latent fire elemental bloodline in my body has been awakened, so I look slightly different from ordinary people. But don't worry, it's a good thing in general." Special bloodline. Oh my God. You couldn't have been kissed by the goddess of luck when you were born, right? Bonnie couldn't help but sigh as she caressed her lover's hair and face. As her horizons broadened, she now knew many things. For example, the price of the magical ring on her finger and what it meant to have a bloodline from another plane. Therefore, she felt more and more lucky. The entire back street had undergone such a huge transformation, but the nobles had turned a blind eye to it. Even the patrols that usually liked to take advantage of the situation were well behaved. The reason was simple. The Sorcerers' Association had sent out an apprentice to inform her, and all the law enforcement agencies in the city seemed to have become blind, allowing her to do whatever she wanted in the slums. Andre grabbed the hand that was caressing his face and kissed the back of her hand. A faint smile appeared on his face. I don't know if I've been kissed by the goddess of luck, but the troubles around me have never stopped. That's right. How's your strength now? Can you start the second phase? The hidden teasing made Bonnie blush slightly, and she instantly felt her body heat up. She bit her lower lip and resisted the urge to pounce on him. She took a deep breath and replied, "The gang now has about 500 thugs, but there are not many professionals with real strength. As per your instructions, I've hired a warrior and a thief to train a small group of loyal subordinates. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a while. As for the income, it's pretty good. If you need it, you can take 1,500 to 2,000 gold coins a month. Also, the twin brothers who occupy the last third of the slums have been testing my attitude recently. Judging from their attitude, they seem to be planning to join us. What do you think? Then let's wait a little longer. I'm not short on money right now, so keep it for yourself. It's best if you can buy a few smuggling ships and slowly infiltrate the other cities of the Green Sea Alliance. As for the twin brothers, let's find a time to meet them. If they're really as strong as the rumors say, I don't mind giving them some benefits." Andre's eyes flashed with a shrewd light. Just a moment ago, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. He planned to take advantage of the current situation and dig a big hole for his opponents. Bonnie frowned slightly. She asked with a look of disbelief, "You mean smuggling? But we don't have a stable supply of goods. As for the twin brothers, I'll contact them as soon as possible. I'll send someone to inform you when I have news." As a gang leader, she was well aware of the huge profits that smuggling could bring, especially some contraband and military goods, such as magic items, potions, excellent weapons, armor, strong crossbows, and so on. If they were sold to regions where metal smelting was not very developed, they could resell them for more than 10 times the profit. Unfortunately, Lincoln City was very strict in this area. Weapons and armor were slightly better, and as long as there were no more than 10 of them, no one would pay attention to them. However, crossbows, magic items, and potions were things that ordinary people couldn't buy even if they had the money. They had to go through a series of complicated procedures and identity verification. After all, these were things that could threaten the safety of the rulers. Of course, even if the management was so strict, the high profits were still very tempting to the smugglers. After avoiding the high taxes, every successful transaction would make a huge profit. On one hand, the buyers would get the goods they urgently needed, and the price would be much lower than the market price. On the other hand, the smugglers would also get a large sum of money. It could be said that both sides were very satisfied. Apart from the rulers who lost a lot of taxes, everyone was happy. The corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly. He smiled playfully and stroked his chin. "No rush, take it slow. Let's set up the framework first. I'll be able to provide a stable supply very soon. What do you think of salt?" Salt! Upon hearing these two words, Bonnie's eyes immediately widened, releasing a scorching light. You can provide salt?" The salt trade. It was one of the most profitable commodities on the Orire continent, from the king and nobles to the poor and beggars. No one could do without it. Even at the cheapest time, the price per kilogram was almost the same as silver. In some areas where salt was scarce, it could even reach the same price as gold. There was no need to worry about sales. In some areas where gold and silver were scarce, the nobles would sometimes give it to the soldiers as a salary. Even though the southern regions were closer to the sea, and the price of salt was only a third of the price of salt inland, the profits were still quite high. The merchants and nobles of Rhine City relied on the huge salt lake to become the richest people in the entire Green Sea Alliance. It could be said that in Ohr-Eyre, no one could refuse to become a salt merchant, even the most humble of retailers. This was because not only did it mean rich profits, it also symbolized status and status. Any merchant who could get their hands on salt would usually be valued by the rulers of the various regions. Salt was a necessity for the human body. One could avoid eating sweets for a long time, but it was impossible to eat something without a taste for a long time. Chapter 292. Seeing the excited expression on Bonnie's face, André immediately knew what she was thinking. He tapped her head lightly with his finger. "Don't get too excited. Not yet. But in a few days, the first batch of salt should arrive at the port. When the time comes, I'll leave a part of it for you to operate. It will be the same every month. What you need to do is to use it as a stepping stone to open up connections with the surrounding cities and quickly establish an intelligence station. Remember, profit is secondary. Don't ever get it reversed." Even though he had been in this world for more than 4 years, he still couldn't really integrate into it, especially some of the very strange values that he couldn't accept. For example, nobles were born with noble blood, and some cheap condiments that could be found everywhere in the supermarket in his previous life could actually be sold at a price comparable to gems. Of course, I understand that gathering intelligence is the main task, but before that, we need a stable and profitable business. Otherwise, how can we support so many people? You have to know that the gang's monthly income is only around 10 to 13,000 gold coins. 70% of it is used for daily expenses. There isn't much money for expansion. After saying that, Bonnie took out the account book from her bosom and threw it on the chair beside her. She flipped to the first page and saw that it was densely filled with all kinds of expenses, especially salaries and buying food, which took up the largest share. The rest was for daily maintenance. André only took a glance and immediately frowned. He pointed to the eye-catching red words on the third row and asked, "What's with this large amount of expenses? Don't tell me that you've taken care of all the unemployed people in the slums." Once this matter was brought up, Bonnie's mouth instantly twitched. She helplessly sighed. "Sigh, there's no other way." In order to quickly end the chaos and turmoil, Scarface suggested that I use money to buy these people and give them a stable job. Otherwise, the backstreets won't be so easy to calm down. All right, any change will inevitably harm the interests of some people. In order to ensure that they won't take risks, it's not impossible to give away a part of the benefits. You've done well in this aspect, and at the same time, you've also avoided a lot of trouble. However, it's not a good idea to keep a bunch of idle people around. Find something for them to do as soon as possible. At the very least, they have to make ends meet. As a transmigrator who came from the era of information explosion, André was well aware that this was the pain of a gang's transformation. When any organization underwent a fundamental transformation, they would more or less encounter similar problems. Among them, the simplest and most brutal method was to use iron-blooded methods to suppress and purge, completely eliminating the useless people and leaving the useful backbone to be reborn from the ashes. Of course, the downside of doing this was that it would be accompanied by a storm of blood and unpredictable destruction. Usually, it would last for several months, but the advantage was that there would be no need to carry too much burden. As long as the reform was completed, it would radiate with unprecedented vitality. As for Black Lily Bonnie's method, it was like boiling a frog in warm water. Her method was relatively gentle. The advantage was that the whole process was more stable and effective. The disadvantage was that she had to bear a heavy burden. The salary and food expenses of several thousand gold coins were the best proof. According to the calculation, the salary of an ordinary person was 1 silver coin a day, which was only about 3 gold coins a month. This meant that the gang was now feeding at least 1,000 to 2,000 people who did not work. Bonnie gently rubbed her forehead and asked with a bitter smile, "Tell me, what good idea do you have?" After thinking for a few minutes, Andre lowered his voice and said, "It's very simple. Set up a few handicraft workshops and put more than half of the people in them. The rest of the people will form a caravan and buy as much food and livestock as possible. I'll give you some funds in a few days. Remember, send the cows, sheep, and horses directly to the manor in Tue's Valley. Store all the food. I'll need it when the time comes." In fact, more than a month ago, he had already asked Lady Anastasia's old butler, Borg, to start buying food from the market. However, in order to prevent the price from rising sharply, he did not make a big move. However, as the shadow of war was getting closer and closer, the price of food was almost inevitable. The nobles and merchants were not fools. They naturally knew how to make a lot of money. Therefore, he did not need to hide it anymore and just openly bought food. Stockpiling food. Is the war really inevitable? Bonnie sharply sensed something. A trace of horror flashed in her eyes. Andre nodded with a serious expression. "That's right. The war is about to begin, and according to my estimation, it will last for a long time. When the trade route is blocked, the price of all the necessities will skyrocket. You'd better stock up a batch in advance for a rainy day." Bonnie's face showed an expression of realization. She murmured to herself, "I see. I was wondering why there were always some smugglers hinting that I needed their channels recently. Don't worry. Let them wait for a while. When the trade route is blocked, it will be the best time to use the smuggling route." Before Andre could finish his words, the entire Colosseum suddenly burst into a burst of enthusiastic cheers. The warrior in the circular pit in the middle of the Colosseum used his shield to knock open the brown bear's bloody mouth. Then he stabbed his sword into the bear's heart. There was no doubt that this battle between man and beast was over. This man in his 30s fought hard at the critical moment and successfully delivered a fatal blow. Although his warrior level and martial skills were not very outstanding, the audience still cheered. As for those who lost money, they cursed loudly. Some even tore the gambling receipts into pieces and scattered them all over the sky. Looking at the excited crowd in the audience, Bonnie's mouth curved up slightly. She said with a playful expression, "Hee, it seems that there were a lot of people who bet on the bear just now. I made a small profit again. How about it? What do you think of the warrior's level? Is he worth recruiting? Forget it. His steps are too messy. He lacks an effective attack method. Otherwise, he would have killed the brown bear long ago. Let me teach you a simple way to identify the level of adventurers. Pay attention to their feet. Those who have steady and agile steps generally have a few tricks up their sleeves. If their steps are stiff, don't try to recruit them even if they are outstanding in other aspects." After saying that, Andre stood up, pulled his hood tight again, and prepared to get up and leave. He already had a general understanding of the current development of the guild. There was no need to continue watching. Chapter 293. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Aren't you going to stay and comfort me? Bonnie stood up and whispered in his ear. At the same time, she pressed her voluptuous breasts against his back and reached her hands into his collar to caress his taut muscles. Andre turned his head and looked into her eyes with a playful expression. He pointed to the noisy crowd and asked, "Are you sure you want to do it here?" "Of course not. I don't have the hobby of doing that kind of thing in front of everyone. Come on, my office is just in front. It won't take much time." With that, Bonnie licked her lips seductively and beckoned with her finger. She deliberately swayed her voluptuous buttocks and walked towards the entrance. "As you wish, beautiful lady," Andre narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. He reached out his arm and wrapped it around her slender waist. After a while, they disappeared without a trace with the audience. Just as Andre and Black Lily Bonnie were enjoying their passion in the office, Serena, who was far away in the Canteru Kingdom, had just been conferred a title by the king, Elroy Clovis, and became a lady. Even though she didn't have any real power and her fief didn't increase, she became the de facto ruler of the Northshire with the unborn child in her belly. She was now sitting in a carriage and heading towards Lonely Hill Town. She only had one purpose, and that was to bring Andre's family and friends out. The early spring in the north was still very cold. The bone-chilling wind continued to wreak havoc on the land. Serena sat in the warm carriage and looked out of the glass window in a daze. She gently stroked her slightly protruding belly and muttered to herself, "Time flies. More than 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. I wonder where you are now, and if you're doing well. Your lordship, please don't worry. Sir Andre is a mage. With the wisdom he has shown, he can take care of himself no matter where he is." Sitting opposite the carriage, a female warrior in armor comforted her. Serena nodded slightly and sighed self-deprecatingly. "Yes, you're right, Morena. He could even defeat a powerful necromancer like Ulysses Domer, so he naturally had a way to deal with any crisis. Maybe it's because I'm pregnant, but I've been feeling a little uneasy recently." The female warrior called Morena raised her arm and showed off her strong biceps. She laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no man or beast can harm you. You should know that I'm the strongest female adventurer in the north, known as the Furious Lion Warrior." It had to be said that it was a little strange for a woman to be given a nickname that was purely masculine. However, this was the cold northern lands, and the toughness of women was no less than that of men. There were even some regions that recruited a large number of women for training, so it was not a big deal. Hee, that sounds a lot more reassuring. A smile appeared on Serena's face. Ever since she was appointed as the actual manager of Northshire, she had been recruiting all kinds of talents. When Baron Iverson left, he took almost all of his retainers and aides with him, causing a large area to be in a state of unmanaged state. It was not easy for her to recruit enough people before she had the time to solve other problems. Under the escort of a group of cavalrymen, dozens of carriages sped quickly on the snowy ground and entered the narrow mountain path not long after. The mountain people had always been very vigilant. After this group of more than 50 people appeared, they immediately sounded the alarm. In just 10 minutes, more than 200 militia with spears had gathered. Mayor Barlow stood on the slope with a long sword in his hand, nervously watching the carriages and cavalrymen slowly moving up the slope. When they got closer, he immediately shouted at the top of his voice, "Halt! Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to Lonely Mountain Town? Get out of the way. This is the carriage of the king's newly conferred ladyship, Serena Bradbury. She is the manager of Northshire, the lord of all of you. Hurry up and kneel." A cavalryman wearing metal armor ran out of the group and roared loudly at everyone. The manager of Northshire? Old Barlow was instantly shocked by this news. He opened his mouth slightly and had an expression of disbelief on his face. "Oh my God! What about Baron Iverson? Baron Iverson has been transferred to the south. Northshire is now Baron Andre's territory. Ladyship Serena is the manager appointed by the king. All right, hurry up and get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, the cavalryman raised the spear in his hand and violently tried to disperse the crowd. Just as the sharp tip of the spear was about to touch the crowd, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind. Hurry up and stop. Sam, put down your weapon. This is the Baron's hometown. Are you planning to use violence here? The female warrior Morena came out of the carriage and shouted loudly as she moved her stiff body. She was tall and muscular. She looked more than twice as strong as most men. She carried a heavy tower shield on her back and a heavy war hammer on her belt. Her thick arms were as thick as a normal person's thigh. As for her thigh, it was almost as thick as her waist. It had to be said that a woman who looked like this was indeed a bit out of this world, especially when the surrounding cavalrymen were looking at her with a very respectful gaze. The cavalryman called Sam was so scared that he trembled. He quickly put away his spear and lowered his voice to mutter, "Damn it! Why is this woman always looking for trouble?" But cursing was just cursing. He had no intention of disobeying her at all. After all, Morena's combat power was too terrifying. Even the feudal knights were no match for her. So he quickly controlled the war horse under him to retreat a few steps. "Baron! Andre! Oh my God, did I hear wrongly? Andre, the youngest son of the Alger family? That's right. It's said that he's the best hunter in the history of this land. He can even capture terrifying giant beasts like the mammoth, the winter wolf, and the snow bear." Wow, a legend. It sounds exactly like those heroic stories. This is unbelievable. Is there going to be a noble in our lonely mountain town? Hooray! I knew that Boss Andre would become a big shot one day. Yes, but I didn't think that this day would come so soon. For a moment, those who had heard of Andre's name all cried out in surprise. Chapter 294. As a well-known hunter, he had a very high reputation in this small town. Almost everyone, from the children who were a few years old to the elderly who were over 50 years old, regarded him as the best candidate to be the next mayor. Quiet! Old Barrow resisted the shock in his heart and shouted at the militia. He immediately took 2 steps forward and bowed slightly with one hand on his chest. "I am very sorry, respected lady. Please allow me to confirm. After all, the news you just announced was a bit too shocking. May I ask, Baron Andre is a big boy with red hair and a height of about 1.65 meters?" Just as he finished speaking, Serena, wearing a noble's long dress, walked out of the carriage and smiled as she replied, "Of course. He is a hunter known far and wide. His family consists of father, mother, brother, sister, and finally a very young sister. A few months ago, he accepted the invitation of the Baron's son, Baron Byron, and went into the depths of the forest to hunt down the necromancer. What? It's only been a few days, and you can't recognize me. You are. Oh, I remember now. You are the female knight who appeared with the Baron's son last time." Old Barrow recalled a bit and immediately cried out in realization. "I am now a lady, and because Andre killed the necromancer on the century-old wanted list, Ulysses Domer, he was conferred the title of Baron by the king and ruled over the entire northern county. My purpose for coming this time is very simple. On one hand, I am here to deliver the necessary living supplies, and on the other hand, I want to bring his family and friends to live in the city." Perhaps because she was used to being straightforward as a knight, Serena never liked to beat around the bush. She stated her purpose simply and clearly, and prepared to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. As she had just taken over the territory not long ago, she had yet to completely consolidate her ruling position. Especially with the spring plowing approaching, she had to return as soon as possible to preside over the general situation. Otherwise, once there was a shortage of food, the consequences would be self-evident. You are saying Andre killed that terrifying death necromancer. It was very clear that old Barrow was quite frightened. He subconsciously shivered and couldn't even speak clearly. His two eyes seemed to have been frozen in time, and he stared blankly for half a minute without blinking. As for the others, they fell into a dead silence. After a full 2 minutes, they burst into deafening cheers. "Ah, did you hear that? Oh, God of protection! That's Ulysses Domer, who created the bloody New Year massacre. He was actually killed by our genius hunter. Good heavens! Now, our town is going to be famous. The hometown of the great hero Andre. What a wonderful name. Damn it! Perhaps in the future, there would be bards who would come to look for boss deeds. I can become famous too." Lonely Mountain Town had always been isolated from the rest of the world, and there were no entertainment programs throughout the year. Even the news they received from the outside world was outdated. Now that such a major event had suddenly occurred, it was natural for them to go crazy. In just a few minutes, those loud people had spread the news throughout the town. Men and women, old and young, all walked onto the streets and asked each other about the real situation. It looked very lively. However, the one who found it most unbelievable was Andre's old-fashioned father, Algernon. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He squeezed to the front of the crowd and asked in a trembling voice, "I am Andre's father. Where is he?" "Yes, where's my brother? Why didn't he appear?" The eldest son, Atwood, also asked nervously. It was late autumn when Andre set off with the cavalry. It was now early spring, and almost half a year had passed. As a family member, how could he not be worried? Serena stared at the father and son duo with her big, beautiful eyes. She gracefully bowed and said, "I'm very happy to meet you. I'm Serena, the mother of Andre's child that is about to be born." After he defeated the necromancer Ulysses, he caused the underground pit to collapse. He was forced to use a teleportation spell. According to the estimation of the royal wizard Master Donnet, he should have been teleported to somewhere in the south. It would take at least a year or two before he could return. Probably because there was too much information, Algernon was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. The hand holding the spear kept trembling, and his face was flushed red. It was unknown whether it was because of happiness or nervousness. Atwood wasn't any better. He pinched his thigh hard, and after confirming that this wasn't a dream, he immediately muttered to himself, "Oh, God, my brother is really good. He actually found himself a beautiful lover before he even reached adulthood, and even has a child with her. Mother will go crazy with joy when she hears this news." Half an hour later, Algernon received Serena and the rest in his simple home. At the same time, he told his wife and 2 daughters about Andre's news. Soon, the family was immersed in a complicated mix of worry and joy, especially after knowing that her brother had become a wizard and had been teleported to the south by magic. A trace of relief flashed across the eldest daughter Betty's face. She smiled and comforted her mother. "All right, Mother, don't worry too much. My brother isn't a child. He can even defeat a terrifying enemy like the necromancer. He'll be fine even if he appears in a primitive forest. Besides, Andre has long wanted to leave the town and see the outside world. Who knows, maybe he'll get what he wants." Sigh. Ever since that winter 4 years ago, this child has become a different person. He's constantly learning all sorts of knowledge, and his mind is full of wonderful ideas. I knew that he'd spread his wings and soar like an eagle one day, but I didn't expect this day to come so quickly and so suddenly. Bridget crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her eyes were filled with emotion and pride, as if she was unable to extricate herself from the memories of the past. Mother, Brother Andre is now a baron. That means I'm also a noble lady and can live in a big castle, right?" The youngest daughter, Barbara, who was nearly 5 years old, widened her eyes as she tugged at the corner of her mother's clothes and asked ecstatically, In the eyes of this little girl, her brother was omnipotent. Running to the south to play was something that made people envious. If she could, she wanted to follow as well. Instead of worrying about her brother's safety, it was better to imagine the beautiful life in the future. For example, beautiful dresses, sweet and soft pastries, castles that often appeared in stories, and so on. Chapter 295. One had to know that the Cantello Kingdom was located close to the extreme north, and there was no such thing as sugar. The only thing that could produce sweetness was honey, and it was extremely expensive. Some poor nobles in small places could even fight over a few kilograms of honey. Don't laugh. This was a bloody fact, and happened almost every year. Even the king had a headache over it. Even in Lincoln City in the South, sweets were still a genuine luxury. Whether it was honey or red cane sugar shipped back from overseas, the price was several times higher than table salt. Only nobles and merchants could afford to enjoy them. André used to return from hunting in the past, and he would exchange animal skins and rare plants for a small jar of honey for his young sister to satisfy her cravings. To Babla, that was her happiest holiday. She would never forget the sweet taste of honey that reverberated in her mouth. The little girl's naivety made Serena laugh. She reached out her hand and gently stroked Babla's messy hair as she replied with a smile, "Of course! I guarantee that you'll have endless dresses to wear, endless pastries to eat, a sturdy castle to live in, and soon you'll have a cute nephew or niece." "Wow, that's great! Hooray!" Babla jumped up excitedly, dancing and laughing. Seeing how happy his little sister was, a smile appeared on Atwood's face. He lowered his voice and asked, "So we're moving?" Serena nodded lightly. "Yes, the sooner the better. Don't bring things like pots and pans, food, old clothes, and furniture. There'll be new ones when the time comes. If possible, it's best to leave before nightfall. I still have a lot of work to do. After all, it's not easy to manage a prefecture. Just calculating the taxes is a headache. All right, give me an hour or so to say goodbye to my neighbors and friends." As the head of the household, Algernon made a prompt decision. Even though he was a little reluctant, he also knew that there was no future to speak of living in lonely mountain town. He could only fight against hunger, disease, the cold, and the cruel orcs for the rest of his life. From birth to death, there was no choice, only struggle. Serena heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that her main objective had been achieved. She pointed to the carriage filled with supplies at the entrance. "No problem. I'll give you an hour. Distribute the goods to André's former friends. I'm also going to town to visit that merchant named Roth. I heard that he's quite capable and good at doing business. Thank you. The food, ironware, salt, and cloth are what the townspeople need the most. I'm sure they'll be very happy." Algernon stood up and bowed to express his gratitude. However, Serena reacted quickly and held him up. She smiled and waved her hand. "You don't have to be so polite. We're family." Hearing this, a trace of excitement appeared on Algernon Munar's face. He glanced at the woman's slightly protruding belly and said in an extremely joyful tone, "That's right. We are a family. In a few more months, I'll be a grandfather." He'd already let old Barrow see the bloodline certificate issued by the Royal Archmage, so he didn't doubt that the little life in the womb was his grandson or granddaughter. After all, there were inconceivable arcane and divine spells in this world. It was easy to determine who the child's biological parents were, so tricks like becoming a father would never work. This was especially true for the nobles. Every time a descendant inherited a title, magic would be used to test their bloodline in front of everyone. It was impossible to cheat. Moreover, Algernon didn't think that his family had anything worth plotting against. The trust between people was sometimes so strange. Most of the time, It was tied together by a so-called bond of blood. The trust between blood relatives was often blind and unconditional. Serena, who was officially accepted, was very happy. Just as she was about to say something, a loud noise came from outside the house. "Hey, buddy, you can't stop me. I'm the only merchant in town, and the Baron's best friend. Did you know that I'm the one who taught him the common tongue word by word?" It was obvious that this was Fatty Laurent from the glib voice. As an astute merchant, he'd rushed over as soon as he'd heard of this matter, afraid that he'd miss an opportunity to make a meteoric rise. It had to be known that merchants were also divided into classes. The lowest class were the traveling merchants. These people had meager capital and could only rely on selling some small items to earn the difference in price. The profits were so low that it was barely enough to feed their families, and their ability to resist risks was basically zero. The slightest accident would cause them to immediately go bankrupt. The second level would be to have a shop that bought or sold certain goods. They would have a certain amount of capital and their own supply channels. They would have some capital, but they wouldn't have any special privileges. They would be nothing more than fat pigs raised by nobles, who knew when they would find an excuse to rob them of everything. Currently, Latte belonged to this level. The third class had a close relationship with certain nobles and even made money for the nobles themselves. They usually had many privileges, such as being protected by the army, being exempted from taxes in certain areas, and having the government promulgate some laws that were beneficial to them. In short, to ordinary merchants, these fellows were completely undefeatable existences. As for the last type, it was a terrorist organization that had mastered some special techniques and used commercial means to control a large area. They were powerful and secretly manipulated politics, using the resources of the main area for their own use. They kept expanding their forces, which was equivalent to a hidden regime. Of course, the last class was extremely rare. There were probably no more than 10 of them in the entire continent. After all, this was a taboo matter for all rulers. The slightest sign of it would lead to a devastating blow. Laurent's goal was simple. He wanted to use his close relationship with André in the past to become a privileged merchant. It didn't matter even if he had to give up 60% of his profits, because only merchants who had the protection of nobles would have their safety guaranteed. They wouldn't have to worry about their assets being taken away from them one day. However, the loyal cavalry captain, Sam, didn't let him in. He gave a very formal reply. "I'm sorry, sir. Her lordship is currently talking to Baron André's family. No one can enter." Chapter 296. "All right, buddy, you're really a stubborn fellow. How about this? I'll give you a large Therese gold coin, and you'll let me pass." Seeing that his threat had failed, Laurent began to try to bribe Sam. In just a few minutes, he had fully displayed the nature of a merchant. "No, I'm loyal to Lady Serena. Don't try to bribe me with money." Sam rejected him righteously. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to take it, but the sound insulation of the old wooden door was too poor. If he didn't do it well, he might give the impression that he was greedy for money. If that happened, his life would be over. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would know what to choose. Laurent did not give up and began to raise the price again. "Damn it, you're really a greedy devil. If one isn't enough, 5. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Don't hit me. I'll give you 10. No, 20. 20 should be enough." Uffed. Hearing this, Serena could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. She did not expect the fat merchant that André had mentioned to be so interesting. He was even funnier than a clown at a palace banquet. As for the others in the house, they all covered their faces. After being neighbors for so many years, everyone knew that the merchant Laurent had a greedy and cunning personality. Especially Barbara, who often went to the grocery store with her brother, was squatting on the floor laughing so hard that her stomach hurt. Serena stopped laughing with great difficulty and immediately shouted to the door, "Sam, don't make things difficult for the merchant. Let him in." "Yes, sir," the leader of the knights replied, and quickly pushed open the door, making a gesture of invitation. With 2 more footprints on his clothes, Luo Te immediately revealed a victorious expression. He hurriedly tidied up his attire, licked his stomach, and swaggered in. That insufferably arrogant look of his made people gnash their teeth in hatred. Sam's eyes were burning with rage, and he wished that he could rush up and give him 2 more kicks, making this fellow disappear from his sight immediately. Little Sally, whose face was covered in freckles, bowed politely and did not say a word, following closely behind her boss. After sizing up the plump merchant, Serena's lips curled up slightly, and she asked playfully, "You're Lauron, the fatty that Andre mentioned?" "That's right, your lordship. I am Luo Te. However, you can forget about the damn fatty at the end. That was just a nickname he came up with for fun. I personally don't like it at all." As he spoke, Luo Te made a helpless expression and shook the fat on his body. He was well aware of the importance of this meeting. He had to let the other party see his ability and show enough loyalty. Otherwise, the nobles would not give a merchant any special privileges and protection. In order to become a merchant with special privileges, Lauron gave it his all. Not only did he take out the formal attire that he hadn't worn for many years, he even forcefully wrapped it around his waist several times with silk. Finally, one could see that he had a waist. His originally messy hair was also combed with an unknown oil until it was shiny and spotless. Even mosquitoes and flies would slip when they landed on it. There was no doubt that this getup was fatal for a fat man who pursued comfort. He even had to be careful when he breathed. Otherwise, he would instantly fall apart with a bang. Boss, your gift." Little Sally, who had lost her ability to speak, finally managed to form a complete sentence. She then handed over the wooden box in her hand and hid behind the merchant's fat body like a frightened deer. Rot reached out his chubby hand and stroked her blonde hair. He opened the box, took out a small jar of honey, and handed it to Barbara, whose face was full of anticipation. He watched as the greedy little brat happily ran to a corner to steal the honey. Then he took out a large pile of ores that flickered with dark blue light. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to tell at a glance that these were uncut sapphires. There were over 100 of them. He poured all the gems on the table and finally carefully took out a parchment notebook from the bottom of the box. It was as if the sapphires that were worth tens of thousands of gold coins weren't the most precious thing, but this book was. Taking a deep breath, the fat merchant said solemnly, "Your lordship, you might not believe it even if I tell you, but in this town, the person who understands Andre the most isn't his parents, brothers, sisters, or friends. It's me, Luo Te. Don't be in a hurry to question me. Please read the contents of this notebook first. It's the information I've gathered bit by bit from Andre over the past 4 years. There are maps and mineral distribution near the forest and frozen wasteland, as well as many valuable technologies. At the same time, it also includes insights on internal affairs, business, and military affairs. I believe you'll have a whole new understanding of him after reading it. Please believe me when I say that even though you've been in close contact with him for a long time, that's far from everything. As long as there's a stage where he can let loose, he has the ability to change the entire world. Perhaps in that cold winter 4 years ago, Andre received enlightenment from the gods, or perhaps he received some ancient inheritance. In any case, after reading this notebook, you'll redefine the word genius." It had to be said that not only did Luo Te's words astonish Serena, but even Andre's family members revealed expressions of disbelief. The house instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone was silently digesting the information the merchant had expressed, not knowing what to say for a long time. Captain Sam, who was guarding the door, tactfully closed the door and dispersed the surrounding villagers. As a smart young man, he knew that they were likely to talk about some very secretive topics. If he didn't want to get involved in any trouble in the future, it was best to listen less. In Serena's impression, most merchants liked to boast about their products with exaggerated words. Even an ordinary table knife could be described as a sword used to slay dragons. That was why she didn't take it too seriously at first. But after she flipped open the notebook and took a look, she instantly became abnormally serious. She used a short few minutes to roughly skim through the contents, then closed the notebook and stuffed it into her clothes. She narrowed her eyes and asked in a low voice, "These are all things Andre said?" "Of course. I guarantee it with my own life and soul. Otherwise, do you think a lowly merchant like me would have such knowledge?" Laurent bowed, respectfully, as he replied, "Who has read the contents inside? Or have you mentioned it to anyone?" Chapter 297. As a woman from a small noble family, Serena knew all too well what the content meant, not to mention the industrial and agricultural technologies that could potentially generate terrifying profits. Just the distribution of minerals and rare plants in Northshire alone was enough to attract the attention of many nobles in the kingdom. One of the main reasons why no big nobles were willing to come to Northshire, and even the small nobles regarded it as a barren land, was that the production was too low. There were no minerals at all except for 2 infertile iron mines. In addition, the cold climate was not suitable for growing wheat, so some people would rather give up their land than come here. Because the Lord of Northshire had to constantly be on guard against the orcs that could come roaring at any time, he had to invest a large amount of money into the construction of the army. However, the profits from this land were so low that if there was a large-scale battle, he would often have to pay for the military out of his own pocket. Therefore, Baron Iverson ran away as soon as he had the chance, not even asking about the death of his own son. Anyway, he could still have another son if one of his sons died, but if he missed the opportunity to change his title, he might be trapped in the barren Northshire for the rest of his life. However, it was different now. According to the description in the notebook, there were many rich minerals at the edge of the Black Forest. Sapphire was one of the most valuable minerals. There were also iron mines, coal mines, copper mines, gold mines, and silver mines. It could be said that the closer one was to the frozen wasteland, the richer the minerals were. As soon as the news leaked out, the nobles would immediately swarm over like sharks that smelled blood. Even the king would personally intervene. During the 4 years of hunting in the forest and the frozen wasteland, Andre had almost traveled to most of the areas in the north. With the knowledge of mineral identification that he had learned in his previous life, he could easily select the types of ores. Unfortunately, he was completely unable to mine them, and even if he did, he could not sell them. According to the law of the Canteru Kingdom, gold and silver mines belonged to the king, while the other mines belonged to the lords. The mountain people had no right to share in any of the profits. Of course, many nobles did not take the first rule seriously and secretly mined countless gold and silver mines. As long as they were secretly made into gold coins, things like gold sand could not flow normally. In his depression, he jokingly mentioned it to the merchant, but who would have thought that the fatty not only confirmed it himself, but also secretly drew the map, preparing to use it as a reference for promotion one day. As for the small amount of industrial and agricultural knowledge, as well as his views on the world, he had accidentally let slip when he was chatting. After all, when Andre had just transmigrated, there were only 2 people in the entire lonely mountain town who were literate. One was the mayor, Barrow, and the other was the merchant, Lot. The former was just a low-ranking officer, while the latter was a merchant who had traveled extensively. It was obvious who would teach him the common language. Another reason was that he was too lonely and could not find a common language with the ignorant residents around him. Therefore, the only knowledgeable merchant became his confidant. That was how the notebook came to be. Lauron noticed a flash of murderous intent from the female noble standing in front of him. He hurriedly raised his hands and shouted, "I swear on my soul, other than you and me, no one else knows about it." Serena heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that there was no third party. She narrowed her eyes and sized up the fat merchant before asking playfully, "Tell me, what do you want? Or should I say, what do you want from me?" "Money, reputation, status. I want to be a noble, to become a respected businessman. I'm willing to pay any price for this, even if it's to become a retainer of you or Andre." The fat all over Lawrence's body trembled nonstop. He was so excited that even his neck was covered in a layer of red, and his eyes were instantly bloodshot. "Interesting. Since you desire these things so much, why don't you take this notebook to the king? Although it's a bit of a bootlicker, I still have to say that His Majesty Elroy Clow is a man of his word. As long as he confirms that there's no problem with the things in the notebook, he'll definitely give you everything you want." Serena had just received the king's conferment and had a good impression of the gentle and refined king, so she couldn't help but ask, in her opinion, since Elroy Clow was willing to give out a county of land as a reward to a meritorious servant, he definitely wouldn't mind giving some benefits to the merchant in front of her after receiving the huge benefits. Lauron shook his head with a wry smile and explained, "No, I can't do that for you. Andre once said that one should never look at a king with the eyes of a normal person. Those who can wear the golden crown are definitely cunning, scheming, and ruthless. As long as there's a sufficient price, they'll send their closest friends to the guillotine at any time. I'm just a small merchant who wants to change my social class. I don't have the courage to gamble with the lives of my entire family." Serena nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Then why me?" "There are two reasons. On one hand, you're close to Andre, so you'll definitely give me a chance. Even if you don't give me a chance, at least you won't silence me. On the other hand, Baron Iverson took all his retainers with him when he left, so you especially need someone who's capable, trustworthy, and can bring in a large sum of money." And at this point, a trace of excitement and yearning appeared on the fat Lawrence face. "And I've known for a long time that Andre would definitely do something earth-shattering, so I've been silently preparing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen to stay in this desolate and dangerous town, even though I already have a rich family fortune. Although it's a little early now, but in my eyes, it's already time to decide my fate. Power, status, and reputation were simply the most fatal poisons to men. The latent nature in their genes made them more eager to gain the respect of others. This could be seen from the violent tendencies of many adolescent boys who were full of hormones. In fact, this was an extremely immature and childish behavior. Perhaps it was very cool in the eyes of their peers, but once something really happened, they would immediately burst into tears and be worse than the beggars on the streets. Obviously, Lauron wasn't an underage child. He made this decision after careful consideration. At the same time, he understood what he had to pay and what he could get in return. There was a saying that life was like a gamble and time was a bargaining chip. When you were young, you had all the time, so you could afford to lose. But once you were middle-aged, you had to be careful with every step you took. The slightest carelessness would consign you to eternal damnation because you didn't have much time left and couldn't afford to lose. Lauron was in such a state now. He had a family, a wife, and children. So even if he wanted to change his fate, he had to ensure that there wouldn't be too serious consequences. Chapter 298. Looking into the merchant's burning eyes, Serena seemed to have sensed something. She immediately took off her glove and extended her right hand with the seal ring. She solemnly said, "Very good. Your sincerity has moved me. Now, kiss this ring and swear an oath of loyalty. After that, you will be the highest internal affairs officer of the Northern County." Without any hesitation, Loron immediately knelt down and gently kissed the seal ring with his trembling lips. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and shouted, "In the name of the god of loyalty and courage, I swear to be loyal to you and your family and never betray you until the end of my bloodline. I, Serena Bradbury, Lady of the Canterbury Kingdom, accept your loyalty and promise that as long as you work hard, you will definitely become a member of the nobility and be protected for generations to come." After saying that, Serena used the dagger that she always carried with her, made a small cut on her finger, and tapped on the merchant's forehead. From this moment onwards, the merchant lost his identity as a free citizen and became a loyal retainer of the nobility. As the name implied, a retainer was a servant who offered everything to the nobility, including their life. The two had a very close relationship. The former would gain a lot of benefits by serving the latter, and some would even have the opportunity to become a member of the nobility. This relationship would often last for several generations until one of the family's bloodlines was cut off. It was a solemn ceremony in Oriar that was second only to the enfeoffment of the nobility. However, not just anyone could become a retainer. The nobles were very strict when choosing their retainers. Talent and loyalty were indispensable. Before accepting a retainer, they would often have to go through a long period of observation and evaluation. It was even more meticulous than choosing a wife. After all, the latter would at most affect a generation, but the former could affect the rise and fall of an entire family. A qualified retainer would be able to step forward when the family was in danger, while an unqualified retainer would push a prosperous family into the abyss of death. However, Serena's motive for accepting the fat merchant was much simpler. She didn't want the contents of the notes to be leaked, be it the technology, the distribution of minerals, and other things that could bring about huge benefits, or the shocking remarks. There was no exception. After completing the Oath of Loyalty ceremony, Loron slowly got up from the ground and shook off the dust on his body. He said with a flattering smile, "Honorable mistress, please be assured that I will not disappoint you." "I hope so, my dear Home Secretary. By the way, what's up with the little girl behind you?" Serena pointed at the nervous and shy Xue Li with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. From the moment she entered the room, she realized that there was something wrong with this girl. She was very alert to unfamiliar things, as if she was afraid of something. Her name is Xue Li, and she's an orphan. She was severely traumatized when she was young. According to Andre, she must have lost part of her speech due to excessive shock. Poor child. If you don't mind, you can take her as a maid. Luo Te sighed and explained everything that had happened to the girl. Then, he gently pushed the little lowly, who was hiding behind him. Hi, hello." The girl struggled for a long time before she managed to squeeze out these two words from her throat. A pregnant woman's maternal instincts were at its peak. Serena pulled the little one into her embrace and caressed her long blonde hair lovingly. "Seeing your parents die in the mouth of wild beasts at such a young age, it seems like this is a cruel place. Forget it, you can be my personal maid from now on." In Oriar, Lolas had no human rights. Without knowing what was going on, Xue Li was inexplicably promoted from a little servant to a maid. Moreover, she was promoted to a rather high-ranking maid. In the following time, Luo Te fully displayed his potential as an outstanding businessman. He explained the business model, agricultural model, and handicraft model that he had heard from Andre. At the same time, he gave two sets of feasible plans. On one hand, he slowly reformed agriculture and vigorously developed handicraft industry, using prosperous trade to attract immigrants. Although this method was slow to produce results, it was better to be stable. However, they had to be careful of the leakage of new technology, especially in the area of agriculture. As long as other nobles saw it, they would be able to imitate it. There was no patent protection law in this world. All the people or families who had mastered special skills would try their best to hide their secrets. They would rather die than reveal it. On the other hand, they could secretly mine the gold and silver veins in the forest, secretly make gold and silver coins, and buy a large number of craftsmen and serfs from other nobles. As long as they had people, it would be easy to do anything in the future. The advantage of doing this was that it was fast to produce results, but the hidden danger was also greater. Once spies from other forces found out, it was likely that they would face severe punishment from the king. After all, the king might not dare to offend those deep-rooted nobles, but could he not afford to offend a baron who had just been conferred with an unstable foundation? She had to admit that this was a difficult choice. She felt that she had to think carefully for a while before making a decision. After all, she was only replacing André to manage the Northshire. She was not the real lord. So many things were not so legitimate. If she did not do it properly, it would cause a lot of trouble. An hour passed quickly. As all kinds of living materials were distributed to every household, the time to leave had finally arrived. Algernon took his wife, son, and daughter into a carriage, and slowly left the town where he had lived his whole life under the escort of the cavalry. Merchant Lot also left the grocery store to his staff to manage, while he rode on his horse proudly. They set off for the largest city in the Northshire, Olise. He was ready to go all out, watching the group walk further and further away, finally disappearing bit by bit into the small path at the foot of the mountain. Old Barrow lightly exhaled a breath of white air, muttering to himself, "Baron and mage. Huh? You've got the truth, André boy. Looks like Lonely Mountain Town might really become a hero's hometown in the future." Perhaps even André himself did not know what kind of huge impact he had on the people around him after killing the necromancer. Many people's fates had changed because of this. What he did not expect was that seemingly harmless fat merchant, Lot. This guy actually had the heart to use a whole 4 years to record all the knowledge, techniques, and ideas that had been accidentally leaked. He also personally explored the minerals mentioned before, and even secretly mined a little. Chapter 299. Perhaps no one would have thought that the barren northern county of the Canteru Kingdom was actually a huge treasure trove. Just the gemstones, gold, silver, iron, copper, and coal hidden underground were plentiful. There were also countless rare plants, animals, herbs with magical beasts, and so on. It was completely different from the word barren. Of course, this was not a bad thing. If they could grasp the right timing, it would only take a few years for the sparsely populated northern county to undergo earth-shattering changes. Just as André and his family were about to embark on the road to their new home, a good show of conspiracy and betrayal was playing out in the basement of a house in Linton City. Gavin Lauren, who had just experienced a setback, was standing in the shadows and speaking in a low and hoarse voice. "Sir, your arrangements in the border forest have been exposed." Now, not only does the entire association of mages know that the monsters have been reunited, but it won't be long before President Boris will inform the Parliament of Nobles about this news. I've already said that if we can't rope in the young mage André, then we have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will ruin our plans sooner or later. Oh, tell me, how did he find out? The mastermind behind the scenes, who was completely hidden under the hood, did not show any signs of panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing an expression that could be either playful or excited. According to him, the allied forces of the orcs and goblins attacked his territory in Tue's Valley, and there were a large number of fleeing barbarians. This is proof of the huge changes in the forest. There's also another piece of news. The Association of Mages has already discussed and decided that all noble mages will vote against the trade war. Please be careful. I have a bad feeling about this. I'm afraid this mage Andre's background is not ordinary. After saying this, Gavin Lauren bowed slightly and turned to disappear into the darkness. The entire process was silent, as if he had never appeared. The mastermind behind the scenes stroked the short beard on his chin and muttered to himself, "Of course I know his background is not simple. Otherwise, my mentor would not have spent so much effort to build such a magnificent stage. This game is getting more and more interesting. I hope you won't disappoint me, my dear Andre." As soon as his voice fell, he instantly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Using a very strict tone, he asked, "Explain what is going on. Didn't I tell you not to go near Tue's Valley?" The half-orc warrior Cass walked out of the dark corridor and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, Master. I did warn Lars. Normally, he shouldn't disobey orders. How about I go and check it out myself?" The hooded man waved his hand impatiently. "Forget it. Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid I have to pay a price to quell the trouble caused by these idiots. After all, they took the initiative to violate the rules of the game." The rules of the game? Cass frowned in confusion. He couldn't understand what his master was talking about. "That's right. There are rules to the confrontation between me and him. You don't need to know the details. In short, don't take the initiative to provoke him for a year, even if it's just a provocation. It's best to keep this in mind. Otherwise, in an instant, the temperature of the surrounding air suddenly dropped. Cass suddenly realized that he was exhaling white gas from his mouth. The wine in the glass on the table froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire basement seemed to have been frozen. In just a few seconds, a layer of frost had formed on the floor. Terrifying, unimaginable control of magic. Even without any incantation or casting gestures, he could still create a shockingly low temperature. This was definitely not something an ordinary mage could do. Time flew. Andre was hiding in the mansion of Countess Anastasia, studying the Encyclopedia of Magic Potions while teaching his apprentices. The last day of March had unknowingly arrived. Just after midnight, the red carpet was already laid out. The surrounding ground and marble pillars were also wiped clean. The flag of a giant battleship, and the sea fluttered in the wind. The knights in charge of security began to patrol the surrounding streets when the sun had just risen. Even the shops were forced to close and could only reopen after the meeting was over. Although there were suspicions of disturbing the residents, there was no other way. The people who came to the meeting were all rulers standing at the top of the pyramid of the city. If any of them were to get into trouble, the whole city would be in chaos. Moreover, the situation had been particularly tense recently, so martial law was a matter of course. The wings of a bat, the tongue of a toad, 5 grams of quartz powder, a small piece of fresh animal liver, the scales of a crucian carp, and finally, a woman's ovum before her month. Damn it! What kind of F***king potion formula is this? What the hell is wrong with this world? Where the hell am I going to get an ovum before her month? Andre angrily slammed the table. His eyes were bloodshot as he cursed fiercely. He hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. He was trying to restore an advanced formula-activating potion. This thing could turn any inanimate object, including tables, chairs, knives, houses, etc., into living creatures that could understand simple commands. Even plants would be affected. After endless research and experiments, Andre had finally reached the last step. But who would have thought that the last ingredient would be such a strange thing? As a man, How could he have the nerve to ask for such a thing from a woman? A woman's ovum before her month. He really didn't know how the inventor of the activating potion came up with such a thing. Of course, the inventor could also be a woman. After many failed attempts, she threw something that shouldn't have been thrown in. After all, a woman's temper would be very irritable before and after a few days of discomfort. It wasn't strange for her to do something out of line. Just when Andre was at his wit's end, there was a sudden knock on the door of the room, followed by the voice of the old butler, Borg. "Sir, although I know that you are busy with profound magic research, today is the last day of the month. You'd better pack up quickly. In 3 hours, the Dukes will hold a closed-door meeting about the start of the trade war. If you are late, don't even think of walking through the door." Chapter 300. So fast. It's already the 31st. It seems that even in another world, my otaku nature is still so terrifying. After muttering to himself, Andre rubbed his dry and swollen eyes, and a trace of helplessness and self-deprecation appeared on his face. In his previous life, he was particularly focused when doing things. He would often be so engrossed in something that he would immediately forget the passage of time. He would not eat, drink, or sleep until he finished the task or collapsed from exhaustion. Otherwise, he would never stop. Perhaps it was this characteristic that gave him an extremely terrifying memory and learning ability. No matter if it was a book or information that he had read, he would remember it firmly. When he grew up, he could still reproduce the names, student numbers, and seats of his first-grade classmates in his mind. He was also particularly good at observation and analysis, and could easily analyze the other party's character from their movements and expressions. Basically, only 2 out of 10 people would be slightly different. It had to be said that this was a very terrifying talent, enough to let Andre get along like a fish in water most of the time, but at the same time, it also increased the possibility of being deceived by the facade on the surface. Fortunately, he always knew where his limits were, and he never pretended to guess the limits of people who were particularly smart and experienced in life. This was because these guys usually wore several masks in their daily lives, and their acting skills were comparable to Oscar-winning actors. They knew how to hide their inner thoughts. Borg, who was standing outside the door, had obviously heard the sentence just now. He hurriedly explained with a wry smile, "That's right, today is the 31st. You have been in there for 2 days and 2 nights, and during this time, you have not drunk a single drop of water. If you continue, I'm afraid your body won't be able to take it." Andre simply tidied up the things on the table and recited a spell to Encyclopedia of Magic Potions. In an instant, this large and heavy book folded in half with a bang. Whether it was the volume or the thickness, it had shrunk by a generation. Then it folded again, and again, and again. In the blink of an eye, it had become the size of a palm. It was so fascinating that it was like a pocket-sized diary. It was unbelievable to the extreme. In fact, Andre had only discovered after repeated research that this book actually had a zoom spell attached to it for ease of carrying. As long as he recited the incantation recorded in invisible ink on the last page, he could immediately enlarge or shrink the book. Carefully stuffing the shrunken book into his pocket, he opened the door and said to the butler with a tired face, "Thank you for your concern. Please prepare some hot water for me. After a bath and some food, I'll take a carriage to the Parliament building and settle this mess once and for all. Also, forget it. I'll think of a way myself. Sir, if there's anything you need, please let me know. Don't worry, I'm a hereditary butler who has served the Mariel family for 7 generations. There's no problem with my loyalty or ability. I can definitely keep any secret." As he spoke, Borg, who was over 50 years old, bowed meticulously. It was obvious that he could see Andre's hesitation. At the same time, he understood that this matter might be more troublesome, but he still took the initiative to step forward out of his responsibility as a butler. After hesitating for a few seconds, Andre took a deep breath and mustered his courage. He lowered his voice and whispered into the old butler's ear. "The potion I'm researching requires a woman's ovum to be discharged about 10 days before her first month of pregnancy. If you have a way, help me soak a few in salt water." What? Borg's face was instantly filled with shock. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still quite shocked. "You didn't hear wrong. It's that thing. The potion I'm researching needs it." Andre rubbed the space between his eyebrows. His eyes filled with helplessness. As long as there was a substitute, he wouldn't choose to ask others for help. According to the book, ovum represented life and was the most important component of the activation potion. Every bottle needed one. Borg patted his own head lightly and smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself, "Heavens, this is an extremely difficult task. I've lived for so many years, and I've faced cruel pirates, despicable and cunning nobles, and liars with mouths full of lies. However, none of them are as difficult as obtaining a woman's ovum. All right, I'll take it as a challenge. After all, I'm also very curious about this magical potion." Ha 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 ha. "I guarantee that the potion's effects will be beyond imagination. When it's done, I'll definitely invite you to see the results." After saying that, Andre patted the old butler's shoulder and walked towards the bathroom in high spirits. As he delved deeper into the study of arcane magic, he increasingly felt that the ancient magic civilization was not inferior to Earth in the 21st century at all. Of course, although Earth's civil technology was more advanced, its cutting-edge military force and technology were not inferior at all. In fact, they might even be more powerful. The most destructive weapon on Earth was the hydrogen bomb, and the most destructive weapon of the ancient magic civilization was the legendary magic. Some of them could even create magic black holes, summon meteorites to crash into the Earth, trigger underground volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, blizzards, and use negative energy to kill all living things that came into contact with them. In short, the ancient magic civilization could do everything that people on Earth would not dare to think of, and they could do it even better. Even things like creating life were no exception. Through a deep understanding of magic energy, powerful sorcerers could endow stones, trees, steel, magma, and anything else with life and intelligence, allowing them to learn, think, and have their own unique personality and soul like humans. What a great achievement! However, it was a pity that with the last decline of magic, countless research results were lost. The activation potion that Andre was currently working on was one of them, and that was the creation of life. Although the effect of the potion could only last for half an hour at most, it was still equivalent to taking half a step into the realm of God, as scientists on Earth called it. How could he not be excited? How could he not be excited? He felt that he was becoming more and more like those mad scientists in the movies before he transmigrated. Sometimes, his brain would often come up with many strange ideas. Hopefully, he would not create a life form like Frankenstein. After all, the world of magic was so colorful and so profound that people would unknowingly be immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. Then, they would slowly lose their sense of good and evil, and their humanity would gradually disappear, turning them into a cold researcher who only knew how to pursue results. Chapter 301. If that really happened, then all life would be nothing more than a series of numbers, experiments, and research subjects in their eyes. They wouldn't feel guilty even if they cut a newborn baby into pieces. They would be like cold machines, chasing after the endless truth of the universe. Perhaps no one in their right mind would want to end up like that. At least, Andre himself didn't want to end up like that. That was why he kept reminding himself of his bottom line, to ensure that the red line in his heart was always clear. After taking a nap in the steaming hot bath for more than an hour, he finally washed off the filth on his body. He went to the dining hall to have a simple breakfast, and got into the carriage that the butler had prepared for him, heading towards the city hall. As someone who was very good at thinking logically, he knew the importance of today's meeting. At the same time, he also knew that he was about to meet the old Lich's disciple. From the moment they met, the dangerous game would begin. The city hall was the second tallest building in Linton City. The tallest was the Tower of the Mage Association, but the latter couldn't compare to the former in terms of grandeur and size. The marble pillars carved with epic stories set off the building's extraordinarily majestic appearance and gave off a surging feeling. 2 rows of guards of honor stood at the entrance, holding long halberds and wearing golden armor. They stood motionless on the spot, with a bright red feather on their helmets. Even the boots on their feet were uniformly dyed gold, reflecting the dazzling light of the sun. It fully reflected the wealth of this city. After all, the ruler of Orire didn't know that if copper and tin were mixed together in a certain ratio, it would produce the same luster as gold. The glittering armor and weapons in front of him were all covered in a thick layer of gold. If they were used to make gold coins, a set of them would be able to make at least 1,000 gold coins. But now they were being used on flashy guards of honor. It was an extreme waste of money. Apart from that, the red handmade carpet on the ground also reflected the wealth of Linton City. It cost about 230 gold coins per square meter, and it covered the entire road from the entrance to the council hall. It was at least 1,000 or 2,000 square meters. What made people even more envious was that when the patterns on the carpet were connected, they actually told a long story. There was no doubt that they were custom-made and were used in formal occasions to show off the city's powerful financial resources. Blatant flaunting of wealth. Andre, who had been tight on money recently, even wanted to knock the guards unconscious and steal all these valuable items, sell them, and exchange them for various magical materials to support his research. However, after considering the level of security around him, he finally gave up on this crazy idea. After all, with his current level as a mage, it was impossible for him to deal with an entire group of feudal knights. Not to mention, there were also detection spells at the entrance of the hall. Even an invisibility spell would be useless. As long as he got a little closer, he would immediately be exposed. Facing the morning sun, a large number of nobles dressed in formal attire began to ride their carriages to the small square in front of the Parliament building. Among them, there were white-haired, old men, handsome young men, and a small number of women. They greeted each other while maintaining their elegant poise, walking into the hall in groups of 3 to 5. It was obvious that these fellows were the people at the top of the pyramid structure. Many of them were from ancient families with prominent identities. It was said that their origins could be traced back to thousands of years ago. They had taken root here when Lincoln City was first built and had a very wide influence. Andre, who was mixed in the crowd, did not say a word. He silently observed those who were worthy of his attention. After a short while, he arrived at the circular central hall and found a random corner to sit down and rest. Although he had always kept a low profile, he was still very eye-catching in the eyes of a group of old fellows whose average age was above 45 years old. Even if he used a hood to cover his flame-like hair and pupils, it was still the same. "Virginia, who is that young man? Why haven't I seen him before?" A white-haired old man asked the middle-aged man, sitting next to him in a low voice. The man called Virginia narrowed his eyes and sized up the young man for a few minutes. He quickly noticed the badge on his chest, and his expression changed slightly. He replied in a low voice, "He is the potion master that has been spreading like wildfire these past 2 days. Andre. He is not even 15 years old this year, but he is already a 5th-level mage. He has also been promoted to a senior member of the Mage Association." "Oh, that is an incredible achievement. Which family does he belong to? Who is his mentor?" The old man's eyes shone as he continued to ask with great interest. Virginia helplessly shook his head. I'm not too sure. According to my investigation, he first appeared in the depths of the border forest. He met Alger's adventurer team and came to the city together. There is no other information about him. However, the Mariel family seems to have the intention of forming a marriage alliance with him. I think there must be some secret deal between the two parties. After all, Countess Anasta of Western Xia led the fleet out to sea for more than a month. Everything will be clear when she returns. Also, I heard from Zebulun 2 days ago that this young man seems to have a special bloodline. For the local nobles, investigating a person's background was a piece of cake. After all, the old nobles had intermarried for generations. It took hundreds of years to weave a huge and complicated network of connections. Not only could it be used to pursue more benefits, but it could also be used to pass on information. Andre understood this, which was why he gave up on the upper-class society and started with the gangs to form an alternative intelligence network. He knew that he was a complete newbie to these ancient families that had been around for countless years. Instead of spending countless efforts to squeeze in, he might as well start from scratch. After all, no one in the Green Sea Alliance had realized the great potential of the world of darkness. As soon as he heard about the special bloodline, the old man's eyes lit up even more. His tone became extremely excited. Are you sure? You know that this is not a joke. It should be. I heard that he revealed his special appearance in the internal meeting of the Sorcerers Association a few days ago. His hair burned like flames on top of his head, and his eyes were orange. It's definitely not something a normal human can have, Virginia answered with certainty. Even if he got the news from someone else, he acted as if he had gone through a lot of trouble to find out. Chapter 3:02. Excellent. Remember, don't mention this to anyone else. Once the meeting is over, we'll invite him to the auction in the afternoon. We'll bring my granddaughter, Rebecca, and your daughter, Cecilia, to let the youngsters get to know each other. Hee, the earlier we do something like this, the more benefits there will be. As he spoke, the corners of the old man's mouth curled upwards, revealing a trace of greed. From his point of view, Andre was a gold mine waiting to be mined. Only by seizing the opportunity would he be able to get the biggest slice of the cake. Dear uncle, I don't need you to remind me of this. I've already asked Cecilia to change into her sexiest dress and wait in the carriage outside. I believe that with her beauty and methods, she'll be able to take down this young man easily. At the very least, she'll be able to integrate a new bloodline into the Wickley family, Virginia said proudly. Damn it, you didn't even inform me when you got the news. I'm your uncle. The Mantell family and the Wickley family have been married for generations. We're allies. Your way of doing things is just too heartbreaking. The old man began to curse indignantly, but anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that his incomparably angry look was an act. Virginia stroked her beautiful mustache and bowed with a playful expression. I'm very sorry, Uncle George. When faced with huge benefits, no ally is more important than one's own family. If I remember correctly, you taught me this when I was 15. However, I'll still leave you with a chance. I can't guarantee the dukes, but the other nobles definitely don't know about this. The old man called George glared fiercely at his nephew and nodded with gritted teeth. Very good. You've really grown up. The Mantell family owes the Wickley family a favor this time. I'll repay it in the future. I'm glad you understand. Come, Uncle, let's hug. Don't let others see us as a joke. Virginia opened her arms as she spoke, waiting for a response. Treacherous kid, don't be too proud. You got the upper hand this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. After saying that, George hugged his nephew tightly, and the two of them completed the exchange of benefits without anyone noticing. In fact, such things were happening in the seats in the hall. The nobles were quietly exchanging information with each other and looking for allies. In just 10 minutes, they had formed small circles and were ready to show their strength in the upcoming game, fighting for and protecting their own interests. As time passed by, the number of people in the hall increased. The small circles gradually merged into the large circle. In the end, two large factions were formed. On the other side were the radicals who advocated a trade war. Most of their families were supported by sea trade, so they would not allow anyone to challenge Lincoln City's position as the strongest in the southern seas. Otherwise, if the safety of the ships could not be guaranteed, then one or two losses would be enough to hurt them. On the other side was the opposition. Most of these families were involved in artisanal workshops, cash crops, food, and other fixed industries. Therefore, they preferred a more stable method. War was too destructive to the economy and was not in their interest. However, these did not have much to do with Andre. He was only here to be a bystander. As long as he voted against the proposal, he would be done with it. After all, as a political newcomer, he did not have any influence in this circle. It was even more impossible for him to affect the direction of the overall situation. Situations like in the stories where one could make a big reversal with just words would never happen in reality. No benefits. No benefits. Just empty words to make a group of black-hearted and ruthless rulers bow their heads. What a joke. People who could participate in politics were not simple. Not only did they have Oscar-worthy acting skills, even if they were murdering people 1 second, they could pretend to be saints the next. They also had eloquence comparable to Su Qin and Zhang Yi. They could turn black into white and good into bad. Why would such a group of people change their stance when there were no benefits to be gained? There was a saying that politicians were the dirtiest, most despicable, and most shameless profession in the world. In order to climb to a higher position, they would often do anything. One had to be very careful when dealing with them. Otherwise, one would never know when one would be betrayed. Sitting alone in a corner with his eyes closed, Andre quickly attracted a lot of attention, especially from a few members of the Sorcerers' Association. They all looked at him with envy, jealousy, longing, and joy. Some people who knew the inside story even wanted to squeeze through the crowd and sit next to him. With the spread of the two long-lost magic potions, Andre's title as a Master Potion Master was fully established. The higher-ups were well aware of his great value, so it caused quite a commotion. Just as the situation started to get out of control, a few people suddenly appeared at the entrance. The one at the front was none other than the most powerful duke in the city, Georgie Bridle. The other three behind him were obviously the other three dukes. They were Alexander Alvey, Ian Lockett, and Loretta Botons. Behind the dukes was the president of the Sorcerers' Association, Archmage Boris. Even the bishops of the major churches who rarely participated in political activities appeared. As the big shots of the city, the whole hall quickly quieted down when they appeared. The nobles stood up and bowed to greet them. Only Andre sat quietly in the corner with his eyes closed. He looked like he was asleep. Duke Georgie Bridle looked around with a pair of sharp eyes. He quickly noticed that the only one who did not stand was Andre. The corners of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. He said in a half-joking tone, "Sir President, our young Master Potion Master doesn't seem to like this kind of occasion. Look, he's already asleep." Boris stroked the short beard on his chin. He laughed and shook his head. "Ha! My dear Duke, you must know that endless politics is the best hypnotic for a talented sorcerer. However, it's good for him to feel and familiarize himself with the atmosphere here. After all, as my successor, even if he doesn't like it, he should at least have some contact. Oh, are you planning to let him take over the position of president in the future? The other Duke, Alexander Arvey, exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 303. The Association of Mages was one of the most important foundations of Linton City, and the president was the one in control of this enormous force. Therefore, every change in authority would attract the attention of various parties, and there would even be competition in the dark. Although it was all within the rules, the degree of danger was not small at all. That's right. I'm sure you all know that I'm already more than 100 years old. Although I've used some methods to extend my life, the effects are not obvious. It won't be long before I bid farewell to this world, so I must find a successor as soon as possible. Although Andre is still young, he's already shown terrifying talent. Coupled with his achievements in potions, I think he'll be recognized by most of the members. After all, everyone has benefited from the potions he made, right? After saying this, Boris raised his head and looked at the dukes without backing down. As the president of the Association of Mages, he did not want to compromise with anyone in this aspect. When necessary, it was not impossible for him to ally with the other nobles to go against the dukes. In fact, when the nobles first established the Association of Mages, they desired a supernatural organization that they could use. However, they never thought that the power of magic was naturally filled with the aura of freedom, and that mages could not be controlled by ordinary people. Therefore, in less than 30 years after its establishment, the association completely lost control. The first president used his own knowledge and wisdom to restore a part of the ancient magic civilization's proud puppet-making techniques, and created something like the golems that were almost invulnerable. From then on, he cut off the nobles' control over the association. He was very clear that magic research required a large amount of money and resources, so he did not choose to fall out with them. Instead, he took the initiative to propose an alliance. One side would provide magic potions, items, and magic support, while the other side would provide resources and social status. The two sides combined perfectly, and from then on, Linton City soared into the sky, establishing the future dominance of the southern seas. However, the nobles, especially the four dukes who stood at the top, never gave up on interfering with the association's internal affairs. Every time the president changed, they would use various methods to regain control of the tower. Therefore, the two sides never stopped secretly probing each other. It was clear that now that Boris had clearly pointed out the successor, it meant that a new round of competition had begun. Of course, this was only an exchange of benefits. As his body aged faster and faster, this great mage became more and more afraid of his impending death. As long as Andre could bring him away to escape death, he was willing to pay any price. In front of so many people, Georgie Bridle did not want to reveal the conflict between the dukes and the Association of Mages. He took a deep breath and said meaningfully, "I admit that the young mage you have chosen has brought us a lot of benefits. I also agree to let him be the candidate for the future president. But in the end, whether or not he succeeds will depend on the speed of his leveling. After all, there are so many mages who can't possibly obey a single 5th rank mage. Level 5. A scornful smile appeared on Boris's face as he shook his head gently. "I'm sorry, my dear Duke. Your information is a bit slow. A few days ago, I confirmed that Andre is already a 7th level mage. In the entire Mage Association, there are only a handful of people with a higher level than him. Well, let's stop talking about this for now. So many people are still waiting for the meeting." 7th level. Duke Loretta Botons's eyes flashed with a strange light. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and an imperceptible smile flashed across his face. He then glanced at Andre, who was still resting with his eyes closed. The index finger of his right hand twitched slightly, but he hid it so well that no one noticed. As the weakest of the four dukes, and the youngest only 35 years old, he rarely expressed his own opinions and was always echoing the opinions of others. Basically, he did not have much of a presence, so it was easy to ignore him. Well, as far as I'm concerned, your cards are bigger than all of us combined. As long as he can maintain this speed of leveling up, I don't mind acknowledging the established fact. But no matter what you do, you have to pay the price. The position of the president of the Association of Mages is not cheap. I think we should find some time to sit down and talk about the conditions. What do you think? Seeing that his interference was futile, Duke Alvis immediately changed his target. There was no doubt that he didn't want to give up any opportunity to gain benefits. Especially after testing the effects of the hero potion, he had been planning to get the formula. At the very least, he wanted to get at least 70% of the quota. Boris had long been aware of the greed of the nobles, but he believed that Andre could handle it well, so he shrugged his shoulders indifferently. No problem. I'll ask him to stay and talk to you after the meeting. That's great. I've been looking forward to having a face-to-face chat with this genius and discussing life goals and whatnot. Oh, by the way, he seems to have an extremely rare special bloodline, right? Duke Alvis pretended to be excited as he probed. Don't worry. You'll know when you see him. After saying this, Boris shut his mouth and remained silent. He didn't answer any more questions. Duke Georgi Bridle, who knew his temper like the back of his hand, smiled lightly. He turned around and walked to the center of the hall. He raised his mallet and knocked on the table. He raised his arms and shouted, "Gentlemen, ladies, I believe you already know the purpose of today's meeting, so I won't waste any more time. Now, as the president of the Supreme Council of Lincoln City, I declare that the meeting begins. Guards, close the door." "As you wish, Mr. President." A knight in full armor saluted with his sword and turned around to close the door. As the embodiment of democracy and freedom in the upper-class society, all the nobles who entered the hall had to temporarily give up their titles and participate in politics with special identities such as the president, the highest clerk, or the counselor. Even the dukes who stood at the top of the pyramid were no exception. Of course, these so-called democracy and freedom were pure bullshit in Andre's eyes. They were just the products of the rulers fighting for power and mutual compromise. As a matter of fact, there could never be so-called equality and freedom between people, and class could never be eliminated. These things would only become blurred with the development of productivity and the advancement of social ideology. It could also be said that they were fooling people or brainwashing them